or has not managed to sail through to be able to become an act. So members had already begun considerations at the Committee of the Whole House, and they will be resuming from clauses originating from the National Assembly. The privatization bill, also a government-sponsored bill, and all right, the quorum has been.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Members on their feet, take your seats. Mwalimu Milemba, take the nearest seat. Thank you. Honorable members, I wish to welcome you back to the House for the third and last part of the fourth session of the 13th Parliament. I know that the recess was a working break for most committees, given the vetting of nominees proposed for appointment to various state and diplomatic offices and other priority matters that were referred to committees before and during the recess period. Nevertheless, it's my hope that you manage to spend some time with your families and constituents and are now ready to embark on the business that lies ahead. Honorable members, as we resume the sittings, the House is expected to transact several priority business already before committees. This includes the consideration of nominees for appointment to foreign and diplomatic missions, nominee for appointment as chairperson of the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, and nominees for appointment as the registrar and deputy registrar of political parties. Honorable members, equally as you are aware, from 13th to 21st September 2025, the Community of Nations gathered in Tokyo, Japan, for the 20th edition of the World Athletics Championships. Notably, Team Kenya achieved a remarkable haul of 11 medals consisting of 7 gold, 2 silver, and 2 bronze as follows. Lilian Odira, gold 800 meters. Emmanuel Wanyonyi, gold 800 meters. Faith Kipyegon, the indomitable lady, 1,500 meters gold. Faith Cherotich, the little kid, I think I'm told she's 20. Yes, she's about 20. 3,000 meters steeplechase, graduating from a bronze in the last Olympics in the same event. Beatrice Chebet did what she did in Paris, gold, 5,000 meters, 10,000 meters. Paris Chepchirchir, one of the most spectacular marathon finishes for those of you who saw. They entered the final lap in the arena, neck to neck with an Ethiopian runner, and she outsprinted her. Marathon. Silver medals, again the indomitable Faith Kipyegon, 10,000 meters, and Dorcas Ewoi, running for the very first time for the country. I'm told she's a student in the US, silver in 1,500. Bronze medals, Eliud Serem, 3,000 meters steeplechase, and Raymond Cheriot, 1,500. Honorable members, the achievements by our athletes earned the country the second position among the nations that participated, coming second to the United States of America that always participates in most events. The Kenyan team also topped the medal list of African countries. Honorable members, we are 53 or 4 million people. India with 1.3 billion. China with 1.3 billion could not match us. I think it is a very important feat. It is noteworthy that of these exemplary performances, some athletes made history in their disciplines. These are Miss Lillian Odera, who won the 800-meter women's event in a championship record time of 1 minute 54.62 seconds. Emmanuel Wanyonyi, who similarly won the men's 800 meters in a championship record of 1 minute 41.86 seconds. This is no mean feat, and we celebrate their tenacity and dedication that has not only brought glory to our nation, but also cemented our national pride as a powerhouse in athletics. Honorable members, I note with adoration the stellar performance of our female athletes, which made Kenya the first country in the world to win gold medals in all women's events at the championships. Actually, the girls have completely overshadowed the boys in this regard. This was made possible by wins by Lillian Odera in 800, Faith Kipyegon in 1,500, Faith Cherotich in 3,000 meter steeplechase, Beatrice Chebet in 5,000 and 10,000, and Paris Chepchirchir, who won the marathon. As I commend their superlative performances, honorable members, I also wish to laud all other gallant sportsmen and women in other major sports competitions for flying our flag high and bolstering our patriotism. On my own behalf, that of the House, and indeed on behalf of the whole country, I wish to congratulate Team Kenya on its participation in the 20th edition of the World Athletics Championships in Tokyo, and to recognize their historic achievements in the global arena. Right after order number 9, I shall accord the House a moment of felicitation, of course starting with the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Sports, Leadership, and thereafter the Honorable Cynthia Muge, member for Nandi, who apart from being the representative with the highest number of gold medals in this event, was the first to file a request to offer felicitations. I order that at the right time, the House shall record its felicitations for a maximum of 45 minutes. Honorable members, in the same spirit of the sports excellence, I also draw your attention to the upcoming order. Members at the bar. First, you've come late, and secondly, you are disorderly. Order, members at the bar. The House is in session. Honorable members, in the same spirit of sports excellence, I also draw your attention to the upcoming 15th edition of the East African Community Interparliamentary Games, scheduled to take place in December 2025 in Kampala, Uganda. The annual event had been scheduled to be hosted by the Republic of Burundi. However, due to resource constraints, they have expressed their inability to do so. These games, which bring together parliamentarians and parliaments of the East African Community, play an important role in promoting integration, enhancing visibility of our institutions, and strengthening people-to-people bonds across the region. I therefore urge members to step up preparations to ensure Kenya's effective participation in the Games. This will enable us to maintain the country's leading role in supporting integration and parliamentary solidarity through sports as we showcase our sports talents on the regional stage. Honorable members, as we embark on the third and final part of the session, this fourth session, let us remain committed to serving the people with diligence, integrity, and service above all. Once again, I welcome you back and look forward to a productive third part of the session. Finally, please join me in the usual way by celebrating such momentous achievements as a House by thumping your feet for the next 30 seconds. Thank you. Those at the bar, you see what you have missed by coming late. Honorable members, I also hasten to mention that I went to Kampala accompanied by a member for Arieda to salvage the hosting of the Iyala Games. So when it comes to giving comments, I'll also accommodate him the first opportunity to speak to this, because we are running the risk of having no host. More importantly, members, I don't want to see a repeat of Mombasa. We performed very badly, even when we were hosting. Let's start in earnest, and I've directed the clerk to avail teams, facilities, and capacity to train and prepare properly and thoroughly, so that we don't go to Uganda and be hopeless bystanders as others harvest medals and medals and medals, like we saw in Mombasa. Members at the bar, please come in. Like I said, after order number 9, I'll allow us to felicitate the Team Kenya. And I notice what is missing in the communication. At least we should also have saluted the coaches of this team that make proper selection of good athletes, mentor them, and take them to give Kenya an image worth emulating. Next order.
Order number 3, messages.
Members on their feet, take the nearest seats. Members at the bar, take the nearest seats. Thank you. Honorable members, I have a message from the Senate on the nomination of a co-sponsor for the Street Vendors Protection of Livelihood Bill, Senate Bill number 41 of 2023. Honorable members, pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 414 relating to messages from the Senate, I wish to report to the House that I have received a message from the Senate regarding the nomination of a co-sponsor for the Street Vendors Protection of Livelihood Bill, Senate Bill number 41 of 2023. In the message, the Speaker of the Senate notifies that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 162 of the Senate Standing Order, Senator Esther Okenyuri, MP, being the sponsor of the said bill, has nominated the member for Kilifi North, the Honorable Owen Bayer, CBS MP, to co-sponsor the bill in the National Assembly. Honorable members, you may recall that on Tuesday, 19th August 2025, I reported to this House a message from the Senate regarding the passage of 5 bills by the Senate, among them being the Street Vendors Protection of Livelihood Bill, Senate Bill 41 of 2023. As you may have noticed in today's order paper, the bill is scheduled for first reading under order number 9. Thereafter, the bill will stand committed to the Departmental Committee on Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, as earlier directed on 19th August 2025. Honorable members, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 1431B of the National Assembly Standing Orders, the Honorable Owen Bayer, CBS MP, will now assume the role of the co-sponsor of the bill in the National Assembly. I thank you. Next.
Order number 4, petitions.
Members on their feet at the bar, take the nearest seats. Farah, where is your nearest seat? Thank you, honorable members. Honorable members, I wish to convey a petition regarding a proposal to amend the Consumer Protection Act to provide for the induploom rule. Honorable members, Article 119 of the Constitution accords any person the right to petition Parliament to consider any matter within its authority. Further, Standing Order 2252B requires the Speaker to report to the House any petition other than those presented by a member. Honourable members, in this regard, I wish to report to the House that my office has received a petition from Mr. Allen Waiyaki Gishuhi, EBS Senior Counsel, of Wamai and Allen Advocates, calling for the House to consider amending the Consumer Protection Act Cap 501 to codify the induplum rule. The petitioner avers that the purpose of the rule is to protect borrowers from exploitation, prevent endless accumulation of interest, and encourage fair lending practices. Section 44A of the Banking Act codifies the induplum rule, which provides that interest on a loan ceases to accrue once it equals the outstanding principal amount when a loan becomes non-performing. The petitioner further states that despite the existence of this law, many borrowers continue to suffer from banks, financial institutions, unscrupulous lenders, and shylocks, charging interest and penalties beyond the principal loan amount. These practices have resulted in the violation of consumer rights under Article 46 of the Constitution and have exposed Kenyans to unfair deprivation of property. Additionally, the inconsistent judicial interpretations on the scope and timing of application of the rule, whether before or after restructuring a loan, or whether penalties count as interest, further lead to the harassment of borrowers by debt collectors even after repayment obligations have exceeded the statutory threshold. The lack of clarity and enforcement undermines public confidence in the financial sector and violates national values under Article 10, especially transparency, accountability, and social justice. Honourable members, the petitioner therefore prays that the National Assembly considers amending the Consumer Protection Act Cap 501 to provide for when the induplum rule takes effect, whether it applies to penalties, default charges, and other costs in addition to interest, uniform mechanisms for debt restructuring and recovery in compliance with the rule, redress mechanisms for borrowers who have been subjected to unlawful interest charges, including refunds or set-offs, and any other mechanisms that will secure borrowers from exploitation, enhance consumer protection, and uphold the Constitution. Honourable members, having established that the matter raised in the petition is well within the authority of this House, and further, that the matters raised in this petition are not pending before any court of law, constitutional or legal body, I hereby commit the petition to the Public Petitions Committee for consideration pursuant to Standing Order 208A. The committee is required to consider the petition and report its findings to the House and the petitioner in accordance with Standing Order 227. I thank you. Next. Yes, Omboko Milemba.
I think, Honourable Speaker, thank you for this opportunity. Let me thank the petitioner on the matter concerning the Consumer Protection Act and any other relevant legal frameworks and laws that may be in existence, because I remember vividly, this is one area which one earlier legislators by the name Joe Donde really dwelt on for the longest time, and it looked like at one time, Honourable Speaker, that it had been put in law as the petitioner so requests. But somewhat from what we see is that the banks and the other lending institutions still are very harsh on those who do borrow, and they have actually made it difficult for the local and simple people within the communities to do the borrowing. But what still are the other players who have come on board and who are not or seem not to be controlled or checked by this law. These are the many mushrooming small financing institutions that are also giving loans to many Kenyans. I think as the committee looks at this particular petition, it should consider roping in the other many lending institutions which are making it very difficult and catapulting the interest beyond what the the borrowers can actually achieve. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Zamzam.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika, na mimi niweze kumpongeza ambaye ameleta hiyo petition leo. Mheshimiwa Spika, tunapata wale ambao wanadai watu, Mheshimiwa Spika, ambao wanatoa hizi loan wanaenda hata zaidi. Mheshimiwa Spika, juzi nimekuwa na hawa watu wa tuktuk ambao wanafanya biashara ya tuktuk, Mheshimiwa Spika, na wametaja kuna makampuni ambayo yanatoa loan kama vile kina Mogo, kina Tala na wengine. Mheshimiwa Spika, unapata mtu ametoa jasho lake, amelipa tuktuk mpaka imebaki pengine 10,000, amedefault siku moja ama siku mbili, anakuja anapokonywa ile tuktuk, inachukuliwa. Mheshimiwa Spika, Mheshimiwa Spika, kuna wengine hata mimi hapa kwa simu miaka ya nyuma, na siku hizi imebidi niangalie tu, niliwahi kuchukua nikataka kuangalia hizi loan zafanya vipi. Niliwahi kuchukua kwa Tala 2,800. Amini usiamini Mheshimiwa Spika, nililipa 4,000, nikalipa 11,000, nikaja nikalipa 14,000, ilipofika wanandai tena 16,000 kutoka kwa 2,800. Mheshimiwa Spika, hapo ndo nilianza kuangalia, kile wakituma message mimi nawaangalia tu, kwa sababu ni wizi wa dhahiri. Mheshimiwa Spika, na Wakenya wengi huku nje wanalia, wanachukua loan pesa kidogo, lakini ile interest ina accumulate kushinda zile pesa ambazo wamezichukua. Mheshimiwa Spika, Wakenya wengi wamepoteza mali zao, na hasa ino kampuni ya Mogo ukiangalia imeibia Wakenya sana, pesa nyingi sana Mheshimiwa Spika, na hizi kinatala. Kwa hiyo lazima tuweke sheria ya kuweza kuregulate, tuhakikishe hata kama wanataka kuchukua ile interest isiwe zaidi ya ile pesa ambayo mtu alikopa. Mheshimiwa Spika, wameibia sana Wakenya, na mimi niweze kumpongeza huyu ambaye ameleta hii petition. Nimwambie kama mama kutoka Mombasa ambaye na support bodaboda, na support watu wa tuktuk, na support yule mama mboga na biashara yake ndogo kwa kuibiwa kutokana na hawa watu, nitasupport sheria iweze kutungwa ili tuweze kuhakikisha tuna regulate industry. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. From the onset, let me thank Senior Counsel Alan Gishui for bringing the petition. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to bring to your attention that I wrote to your office on the 17th of this month proposing similar legal reforms. And Mr. Speaker, I do not know where now my reforms will be left now that we have committed the petition to the the Petitions Committee, because I was seeking also to introduce amendments that have a similar...
I confirm that I received your proposal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And it's under consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And this petition does not compromise your intentions.
Most obliged, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Next.
Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I think, Honorable Speaker, it's nice to be back for the last session of the fourth session. Is it? Okay, Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Tuesday, September 23rd, 2025. 1. Draft legal notice relating to the National Police Service Commission Recruitment and Appointment Regulations 2025 from the National Service Commission. 2. Annual County Government Budgets Implementation Review Report for the financial year 2024-2025 from the Office of the Controller of Budget. 3. Annual National Government Budget Implementation Review Report for the financial year 2024-2025 from the Office of the Controller of Budget. 4. Annual Report of the Commission on Administrative Justice for the financial year 2023-2024. 5. Annual Performance Report for the Credit Guarantee Scheme, Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises, MSMES, from the National Treasury and Economic Planning for the financial year 2024-2025. 6. Report on performance of the special groups, youth, women and persons with disability for the second half of the financial year 2024-2025 from the Public Procurement Regulatory Authority. 7. Auditor General's Forensic Audit Report on way leave compensation in 7 donor-funded projects by the State Department for Energy. 8, Auditor General's performance audit report on management of unclaimed financial assets. And lastly, Honorable Speaker, report of the Auditor General and financial statements of a case study on integrated delivery of selected non-communicable diseases in Kenya, PHGF grant number TFOA 5636, Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital for the year ended 30th June 2025, and the certificates therein. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay, and thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes. Chairman, Budget.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 23rd September 2025. Reports of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on its consideration of 1, the Equalization Fund Appropriation Bill, Senate Bill number 7 of 2025, and 2, the County Government's Additional Allocations number 2 Bill, Senate Bill number 8 of 2025. Thank you.
JLAC.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 23rd September 2025. Reports of the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs on its consideration of the approval hearing of number 1, nominee for appointment as the chairperson of the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, and number 2, nominees for appointment as registrar and assistant registrar of political parties. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Chairperson, Defense, Intelligence and Foreign.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 23rd September 2025. Report of the Department Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations on the approval hearing of 9 nominees for appointment as High Commissioner, Ambassadors and Consuls General. Thank you.
Thank you. Chairperson, Public Petitions Committee. Karemba.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 23rd September 2025. Reports of the Public Petitions Committee on its consideration of 1, Public Petition number 52 of 2023 by the Honorable Ibrahim Abdi, MP, regarding the banning of the use of asbestos as a roofing material. 2, Petition number 55 of 2023 by Mr. Bernard Mokaya Magembe, regarding enactment of legislation to regulate the credit management professionals. 3, Public Petition number 74 of 2023 by Mr. Charles Ogola Osango, regarding enactment of the Bankers Professional Bill. 4, Public Petition number 8 of 2024 by Honorable Esther Passaris, MP, regarding amendment to the Penal Code to provide for the offense of sextortion. And 5, Public Petition number 13 of 2024 by Dr. Lukoya Atuli, regarding decriminalization of attempted suicide. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Before the next order, allow me, members, to acknowledge in the Speaker's Gallery St. Mary's High Taita from Undanyi, Taita Taveta County. If you are in the gallery and you are mentioned, you stand up to be acknowledged. Thank you. You may take your seats. Ruathia Girls School from Kangema, Muranga. Thank you. From the public gallery, we have St. Jude Catholic Primary from Embakasi East, Nairobi, and Bright Future Vision Academy from Kabete in Kiambu County. On my behalf and on behalf of the House, we welcome the students, their teachers, and those accompanying them to the House of Parliament. Yes, Wangari? give...
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm just joining you to welcome the students to this house, and also note, Mr. Speaker, that I schooled in Ruadia Primary School in Kangema constituency. And these Ruadia girls, Mr. Speaker, my mother, Nancy Wanjera, has been the secretary there for 42 straight years. 42 straight years until 2018. So it is a school that is very close to me and to my heart, and I join in welcoming all of the others, Mr. Speaker, to the floor of this house.
Thank you. Next order. Congratulations to your mother.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Jane Kagiri.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to give the notice of motion, extension of the African Growth and Opportunity Act, in brackets AGOA. Aware that the African Growth and Opportunity Act, in brackets AGOA, enacted in the year 2000 was designed to enhance economic development and strengthen governance in eligible sub-Saharan African countries by granting duty-free access to the United States of America market, thereby increasing trade and investment. Recognizing that AGOA has played a critical role in expanding trade, attracting investment, and creating employment, especially for the low-income workers, thus fostering economic growth and social stability. Concerned that the current extension of the AGOA program, which was granted in 2015, is set to expire in September 2025, posing a serious risk of economic disruption, will cause job losses of approximately 66,000 Kenyans and many other related indirect job losses, and result in increased poverty across AGOA-dependent sectors in the sub-Saharan region. Noting that women comprise approximately 75% of the direct beneficiaries of AGOA, and that their incomes directly support education, healthcare, and poverty alleviation. Acknowledging that AGOA has significantly boosted African exports to the United States of America, including agricultural products such as coffee, nuts, fruits, and vegetables, amounting to over US $500 million in the year 2020, as well as enhancing local textile and cotton industries that have generated thousands of jobs. Further acknowledging that the expiration of the term of AGOA would trigger market uncertainty, deter investment, disrupt supply chains, and adversely impact both African and American businesses that rely on AGOA-linked trade. Cognizant of the fact that AGOA has been greatly beneficial to the United States of America by supporting supply chain diversification, strengthening bilateral trade ties, and connecting United States of America businesses to opportunities under the African Continental Free Trade Area, in brackets CFTA. Appreciating that the continued existence of the AGOA framework would enhance the trade and investment prospects for both the United States of America and the eligible countries in Africa. Now, therefore, the House urges the government of Kenya, in collaboration with the government of the United States of America, to pursue an extension of the African Growth and Opportunity Act, in brackets AGOA, for an additional 16 years until 2041, to safeguard the economic gains, protect livelihoods, and promote long-term stability and prosperity across the African continent, and in the alternative, in the case of non-renewal, there be a transition period of 2 years to develop a trade deal that shall safeguard the businesses and job opportunities in both Kenya and the United States of America. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Kagiri. Chairperson Jailak Murugara.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion. That taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs in its report on the approval hearing of a nominee for appointment as chairperson of the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, laid on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 23rd September 2025, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 252 of the Constitution, Section 11 of the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights Act, Chapter 71, and Sections 3 and 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, Chapter 7F, approves the appointment of Honorable Ms. Clarice Agwor Oganga as the chairperson of the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights. Also, Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs in its report on the approval hearings of nominees for appointment as Registrar and Assistant Registrar of Political Parties laid on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 23rd September 2025, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 3 and 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, Chapter 7F, approves the appointment of the following. Number 1, Mr. John Cox Lotionoko as Registrar, and number 2, Ms. Agatha Wanjiku Wahome as the Assistant Registrar of Political Parties. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Sir George. Chairperson, Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations Committee, Bashir. Commissioner Makau, can you disband that Kamkunji? Order. Order, Commissioner. Is that Commissioner Makau or it is no, it is Lendutu.
Yes. Notice of motion, approval hearing of nominees for appointment as Ambassador, Permanent Representative and Consul General. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion. They are taking into consideration the findings of the Parliamentary Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations in its report on the approval hearings of 9 nominees for appointments as High Commissioner, Ambassador and Consul Generals laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 23rd September 2025, and pursuant to the provision of Article 132(2)(e) of the Constitution, Section 222 of the Foreign Service Act (CAP) 185(e) and Section 3 and 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act (CAP) 7F. This House approves the appointment of the following persons as High Commissioner, Ambassadors, and Consul Generals. 1. High Commissioner, Honorable Florence Chepngetich Bore, Mission Windhoek, Namibia. Ambassadors, Ambassador Anthony Mwaniki Muchiri, Ankara, Turkey. Ambassador Lucy Kiruthi, Bangkok, Thailand. Mr. Henry Wambuma, Bujumbura, Burundi. Mr. Abdirashid Salad Abdille, Jakarta, Indonesia. Ambassador Joseph Musyoka Masila, Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Ambassador Edwin Afande, Vienna, Austria. Consul Generals, Mrs. Jane Chepkorir Toretich, Dubai, United Arab Emirates, and Mrs. Judy Kiaria Nkumiri, Goma, Democratic Republic of Congo. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Bashir. Clerk, skip Order 7 for now. Call out Orders 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12.
Order number 8, the Provisional Collection of Taxes and Duties Repeal Bill, National Assembly Bill number 18 of 2025, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to repeal the Provisional Collection of Taxes and Duties Act and for connected purposes. Order number 9, the Street Vendors Protection of Livelihood Bill, Senate Bill number 41 of 2023, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to provide a legal framework for the recognition, protection, and regulation of street vending in Kenya, the identification of minimum standards for street vending and for connected purposes. Order number 10, the Local Content Bill, Senate Bill number 50 of 2023, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to provide for a framework to facilitate the local ownership, control, and financing of activities connected with the exploitation of gas, oil, other petroleum resources, and mineral resources, to provide a framework to increase local value capture along the value chain in the exploration of gas, oil, and other petroleum resources and minerals, and for connected purposes. Order number 11, the Early Childhood Education Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 54 of 2023, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Early Childhood Education Act and for connected purposes. Order number 12, the Creative Economy Support Bill, Senate Bill number 30 of 2024, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to establish mechanisms for the support of persons in the creative industry, to enhance the contribution of creative industry to the economy, to establish the Creatives Fund, and for connected purposes.
Thank you. All the honorable members will now go back to the issue of our illustrious athletes and the hosting of Iyala Games in December. On Iyala Games, I'll only give one person to comment. Honorable Otienda Molo, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, allow me to congratulate our athletes who performed very well in Tokyo. It demonstrates that as a country, we remain an athletics powerhouse, and other pretenders to the throne should take note. On Iyala, Mr. Speaker, I wish to inform the members that I was privileged to accompany the Speaker to Uganda. As already advised, the Republic of Burundi was to be our next host but could not host for other reasons. But next in that rotation should have been the East African Legislative Assembly, who also were unable to host again for reasons that can be discussed later. The Republic of Uganda was then to host after that, and therefore it took the persuasion of our Speaker and other speakers who were present to persuade the Republic of Uganda to bring forth their hosting essentially by 2 years, and they graciously accepted, confirming that they'll be able to host the games between 5th and 17th of December, and left the details of the exact place for hosting to the Central Planning Committee that should be meeting anytime soon. The Central Planning Committee will then communicate the schedules and the exact venues. Mr. Speaker, I wish to urge our own Bunge Sports Executive Committee to plan in haste. First of all, to plan in haste in terms of securing hotels and appropriate transport mechanisms and advise members in advance. Secondly, to plan in haste in terms of securing appropriate uniforms of the right sizes to members. Over the years, although this has improved in the last 3, 2, and the last 1 year, there's still room for improvement. Some members still are not able to get the right uniforms that they required. I also urge the committee and the leadership of the two houses to allow members prepare for these games appropriately, to prepare by allowing and arranging friendlies, to prepare by allowing and arranging the respective disciplines, to at least have some camp for training before the games. Mr. Speaker, we did badly in Mombasa, but it must also be understood that we only traveled with 1 day to spare. Many of the other teams had camped in Mombasa for at least 1 week, which we were not privileged to have. We hope that now that we are going to our neighboring country, we will be allowed to at least camp. We will be allowed to bring supporters, which we have not usually brought, even if those supporters are in the name of our own staff members, and that we will be able to prepare for these games appropriately. Mr. Speaker, I am confident that the 8 or 9 disciplines that will be participating, we will do much better than we did in Mombasa. And on behalf of the soccer team, I can assure you and assure this House that we are practicing in earnest, and we look forward to all the support that we can get from the leadership. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Amolo. The JPC to the games, which you are a member with Kawaya and somebody else, must take this very seriously. In Mombasa, you recall I went to watch the volleyball game against Rwanda or Burundi. You didn't even have a substitute player. Not even one substitute player. And we were not very comfortable. You saw our football, how Tanzania sent rings around us, and so on and so forth. Please prepare in earnest. The clerk is directed, like I said, to enable the teams to prepare properly and thoroughly. You must be physically fit to play football, Honorable Mboko Milemba. Now I'll give, who is the chairman of sports? I said we'll start with the chairman of sports. Dan Wanyama is not here. Let me give Cynthia Muge, who wanted to make a statement on this. Thereafter, can we do a minute or two each? 2 minutes each? Okay, Cynthia, go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to congratulate the great sportsmen and women who represented Kenya in Tokyo for the 2025 championship. Honorable Speaker, we are proud of that team because it has brought back the glory that Kenya as the powerhouse for sports and athletics, Honorable Speaker, has always been. Remember, Honorable Speaker, this is our 3rd best performance since the inauguration of the championships, Honorable Speaker. We've had 18 medals previously, and we've had another 15 medals previously. And today, Honorable Speaker, we have 11 medals. We want to appreciate all the gold medalists, the list that you have presented to this House today, Honorable Speaker, and we appreciate their efforts that they have been able to once again, like we have mentioned in this House, that this is the team that hoists the flag of Kenya every other time. And Honorable Speaker, we have also said that they have not been appreciated enough because of the very good work that they do. Honorable Speaker, we remain the best in Africa, and it is such a proud moment, Honorable Speaker, to be African. And it is even the best moment to be Kenyan, Honorable Speaker. And every day, Honorable Speaker, our athletes continue confirming that Kenya is the absolute kingdom of athletics and championships, Honorable Speaker. And we appreciate the people that represented us as a country, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I also want to note that over time, our athletes have been doing a very good job. Previously, Honorable Speaker, we have contemplated having them have translators. But this time around, Honorable Speaker, when you listened to Ewoy speaking, when you listened to Perez speaking, when you listened to Wanyonyi speaking, when you listened to Faith Kipyegon speaking, you felt proud as a Kenyan because our athletes are properly able to present themselves, Honorable Speaker, and express themselves. Honorable Speaker, this also calls for responsibility for us. As a country that hosts these great people, what are we doing to support the sports, Honorable Speaker? And I appreciate the government of Kenya Kwanza because of the up-to-standard stadiums that we are building. And Honorable Speaker, I am seeing a brighter future for athletes, and we want to really appreciate them so that they can continue hoisting the flag of Kenya. We want to tell all the gold medalists and the people who have participated that as Kenyans, we...
Thank you. KJ.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for your communication. In your communication, you indicated that Kenya is a very small country compared to countries like America. America is probably 6 times the size of Kenya in population, around 17 times in size. And it is so, we are in our place, Mr. Speaker, to be celebrating our athletes who brought us glory. Mr. Speaker, it is to make the observations going forward that one, as you noted in our communication, our male athletes will need a boost. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, it is also to recognize that sports is a national event. It never matters who will wear the gold medal. Mr. Speaker, in the past, any community has had an opportunity to bring glory to Kenya. And so when we see a runner coming from Migori and winning gold and breaking record, Mr. Speaker, this brings our country together in such a way that we are reminded of our glory times when we knew in athletics a medal could come from anywhere. From Eastern, we have had Rose Tatamuya. From Central, we have had John Ngugi and Wanjiru. Now we are having Omanyala and Odira from Nyanza. This is to say, Mr. Speaker, that if we set up centers...
Omanyala is not from Nyanza.
No, Omanyala from Western. Omanyala from Western and Odira from Nyanza. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand to be corrected. And of course, our powerhouse in Rift Valley, where we breed champions, Mr. Speaker. The point I was making is that these athletics, just like the football that just went, was just needing leadership, Mr. Speaker. And when we offered leadership, we start winning again, and it is to congratulate Kenya, to congratulate the athletes, and for bringing Kenya back to winning ways on the international platform. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Bensouda.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. And I want to thank you because you've spearheaded the love for sports and given even a clear framework for others that are yet to come. Honorable Speaker, I rise on behalf of women in this nation to confirm that truly women can lead. And the athletes who went there have exhibited exemplary performance. And this portrays that women are capable and competent of leading and giving the mantle. I rise also on behalf of Nyanza region. We have a movement of the Luos in this country called, in vernacular, allow me to quote, Segand Nyinam, the story of the daughters of the lake. Lillian Odira happens to come from Migori County. And Honorable Speaker, we are celebrating as Nyinam, the daughters of the lake. And I want to ask you, Mr. Speaker, that as the athletes will be invited for dinner, I want you also to organize a special dinner for the Speaker and invite all women in this house to join you with those women who has left this country. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I congratulate them.
Thank you. Is that Kimayo? Or Cherorot? Cherorot?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to also participate and congratulate our athletes who managed to do us proud in Tokyo. I want to say, Mr. Speaker, this country is actually powerhouse because of the sports or athletics, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to talk about Patrice Chebet. I mention her because she comes from my constituency, Mr. Speaker, and Patrice started, actually there's a camp we started in 2006, and she has really proved to be one of the heroines who can be able to represent this country. I want to say, Mr. Speaker, that this country, we rely on athletes who are actually using only food without using enhancement substances, Mr. Speaker. And I want to encourage, Mr. Speaker, that our athletes should always be able to practice without doping, Mr. Speaker. I want to say also that the coaches are there, Mr. Speaker. They are unseen team who are actually managing to train and also teamwork in this country. I want to say we are proud of our athletes and congratulations to this country and also those who represented us abroad. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Yes, Mwalio. Mwalio, you normally sit somewhere else.
Yeah, nimeama. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. I want to take this opportunity to congratulate our athletics for the best performance and the proud they have given us in this country, because we are rated one of the best in this continent. We would like to say that even we will do better in the future, given the sports academies that are being built in many of our constituencies, because we will take our students there to practice, and even the young people that have finished schools that they have nothing to do, will be able to take them there and be able to practice, to be able to excel in the sports. So we congratulate them and we say, well done, our Kenyan team. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mwalio. Haika.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for this opportunity. I also want to join my colleagues in congratulating Team Kenya, which was on Tokyo, for a very good performance that really united the country. Recently we had football and also brought the country together. And Mr. Speaker, I also want to congratulate the government for the good work that is doing for the sportsmen and women in this country. The many stadia that are being built and sports academy, I know they will come a long way in supporting talent in this country. And Mr. Speaker, this has not just come. I know there was a lot of hard work, focus and discipline. And therefore, I also want to urge the students who are here to work hard. And also want to congratulate our school from Taita Taveta St. Mary's. Welcome to Bunge. We are honored to have you here. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity.
Kibagendi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I also want to take this opportunity to appreciate and congratulate our team that represented Kenya in the Tokyo World Championships. It is indeed a demonstration that the Kenyans' resilience and determination is something the rest of the world should emulate. We would like to call upon government and those involved in the sports, in athletics, to give a bit of attention this time to men. You realize that the men this time didn't perform very well, but we appreciate the effort they put and we congratulate our team for the wonderful job that they've done. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to be able to commend our athletes. As a lover of athletics and also as the race promoter of the Eldoret City Marathon, I really was delighted to see the performance of our athletes. And as parliamentarians, I'd like to urge us to continue to work on the nurturing part. We have worked on our stadiums. Our stadiums now are world accredited, which means that we can actually be bidding as Kenya to host the next World Championships. Last time we missed the hosting the championships because we did not have the stadiums up to standard. But now we do, thanks to the Chan football tournaments that were here. We also want to request that the Ministry of Sports puts more effort not only on celebrating the athletes once they have made history, but to also nurture them. We have several athletes
most of them in Uasin Gishu County, Nandi County, and Elgeyo Marakwet County, where the challenge that they have is that they are living in dilapidated camps. The camps are privately owned, and most of them sometimes don't have food and clothes and so on. So one of the things we must emphasize is nurturing them before they make the news. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I urge all the members to support us on this. Thank you.
Okwome.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me a chance to air my opinion on what happened in Japan. Mr. Speaker, it was a wonderful job. My congratulations to all our teams which were there, and in particular, let me congratulate Odira, who comes from an area where for many years the name of Migori had never been heard in athletics. This is a wonderful thing, and I think it is important I say something to congratulate him, and even to congratulate those who are not concerned, like the Migori people, together with our region. I urge them to do even better so that we can come up and compete nationally and internationally in order that Kenya can also benefit from us in terms of athletics. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Carrido.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I also take this chance to applaud and congratulate our athletes who are in Tokyo. Mr. Speaker, they did us proud. I was very happy, as many other Kenyans were, when our flag was raised high against other even bigger economies and stronger countries in the world. They really made us proud. I really congratulate them. Mr. Speaker, this year has been a year of blessings to us as a country in terms of sports. Remember even the way our Harambee Stars did us wonders in this country. It shows that our teams and the players, given an opportunity, promoted and supported, can do wonders in this world. Mr. Speaker, we encourage our young people to continue taking part in sports. Remembering that sports is only not a sport these days, it's also a profession that pays well. We encourage our young people to continue participating and giving it the best so that this country can also grow. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mama Busia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to actually applaud our Team Kenya for flying our flag so high and making every Kenyan realize that actually we do not have boundaries when it comes to such activities. Kenya is one, whether it is whatever tribe that is participating in any sport, any event, all Kenyans, the way they get glued on the screen and praise and scream and just wish that we take it, is what we should be doing even in progressing our own world, our own country. I want to also appreciate the President for supporting, motivating these young people. That's all they need from us. We must keep supporting them, their welfare, everything that they need must be given to them on time so that they don't go down, but we add numbers. We need all the counties also to participate in the Olympics, all other games in the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Kingara. Honorable Kingara.
Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving this opportunity to congratulate Kenyans who did very well there in Japan and elsewhere. Mr. Speaker, it has been noted that when athletes are motivated, they do their work well. I don't know whether, Mr. Speaker, we have an ample budget in our national budget which facilitates our athletes or sportsmen and women when they are out there. You noted, Mr. Speaker, when Kenyans doing football here were added, they did well. But the question is, do we have a consistent budget which can facilitate them consistently so that we can do well consistently too? Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, even Parliament should honor this appreciation by also coming up strong and even giving a room, talking matters sports. I requested whether even Parliament can have good facilities, including a field, where we can be doing our own sports affairs, noting that even the private sectors have the same. Mr. Speaker, this is not a big deal. Let's work on have good facilities even for our own self. Finally, Mr. Speaker, the parliamentary games, we are not consistent. I stand and say, I'm in athletics, we are not consistent. We need to start early, as you directed, but also be guided, especially on which facilities to use. As I stand here, we have not been committed to a serious grounds of doing our, and you know we are old, doing our we are.
Thank you. Wangare says you are all alone. It's not collective. Give him 30 seconds. Yes.
A second. The point I wanted to make, we have very young parliamentarians here, Mr. Speaker, whom I don't find out there. That's the age coming. That's why the age is coming in. Let's have our own young parliamentarians out there competing with the rest of the East African community. Thank you.
Oundo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. On behalf of the people of Funyula constituency, allow me to congratulate and sincerely thank the athletes that brought honor and fame to the people of Kenya. It was always refreshing to watch. It was captivating to watch whenever I had time to watch. And indeed it showed that there is another face of Kenya than what is beamed in some other international media all over the world. Honorable Speaker, we continuously urge the Athletics Authority and the Sports Fraternity to continuously invest in male sports. We seem to start to lag behind in the male sports in athletics, which is not a good sign at all. Our men for many years did much better than the ladies. I have nothing against the ladies, but as we invest in women's sports, let's likewise invest in men's sports. And Honorable Speaker, the neglect of the boy child is now being reflected all over, be it in schools, be it in performance, be it in employment, be it in marital status. It is important that society, we must address that matter critically so that we can move at the same pace. Finally, Honorable Speaker, when you talked about the poor performance of Parliament in the Yala Games, Honorable Jacko Amboka said they didn't lose much. They might have lost on the pitch, but they scored other medals, and the time for the medals to be seen is almost this time, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The only medals I recognize is Mutunga. Yes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to bring our gratitude from the people of Tigania West to thank our team that went to Tokyo and really did a great job. Honorable Speaker, the ladies who scored gold many times and our flag raised many times, and the jubilation and the enthusiasm among Kenyans was telling. Honorable Speaker, we are happy that they hoisted our flag high many times. Honorable Speaker, this week Kenya has been on the global map for very good reasons. Our president did make a very important statement in US concerning the issue in Haiti. And that statement, Honorable Speaker, also tells the world that Kenya is not asleep. Kenya is participating, is on the front line, not only in sports, but in many issues. Honorable Speaker, the discovery that incentive drives commitment, in as far as our team was concerned during CHAN, was very encouraging. Honorable Speaker, many of our team members of the Kenyan team did a great job. Were it not for the penalty, Honorable Speaker, that cup belongs to the Kenyans. I want to encourage the young people to exploit their talent. The government has invested in many stands across the country, and let this stand be used. Let us also have young people discover their talents early and nurture their talents, and take sports and games as an occupation, just like being a professional in any other area. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Kainan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to join other Kenyans in commending these great young men and women for carrying our flag high in the international community. Mr. Speaker, sports play a lot in promoting tourism, in promoting diplomacy, in creating national pride, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is the high time that we also commend the government in motivating, in providing facilities and support to these young men and women, Mr. Speaker, which we have seen in the recent months, Mr. Speaker, in providing infrastructural facilities and also offering them other support, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, many countries pride themselves in certain unique identity, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, the Kenyan sportsmen and women have created an international niche in the field of sports for this country, Mr. Speaker, and indeed we are very proud, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is also one avenue of creating many job opportunities, and therefore mine is to say, keep on carrying our flag high, keep on doing very well, and as leadership, let's also provide an enabling facility for these young men and women. I commend you wherever you are. Keep it up. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ferdinand Wanyonyi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I want to take this opportunity on behalf of my community and on behalf of this House to congratulate the ladies and the men that took part in Olympics in Tokyo. I was actually so moved that, Mr. Speaker, my request today is that I ask you and the members present here to host, if we can host these ladies here, and those that took part, I think it will be one way of saying they've done very well. And I think because we are actually leaders, national leaders, I was just thinking that maybe that's the best way we can do, because everybody was very excited about what we did, and they made us proud. To be number 2, the whole world, is not a joke, it's not a walk in the park. And therefore I take this opportunity to thank those that took part, and particularly my friend Wanyonyi, who I think I would have had my namesake called Wanyonyi, and it was being pronounced very funnily, but the boy did so well. It'd be very nice for us to actually host these athletics here. And I think members will be very happy if you have a cup of tea out there or whatever cocktail you can have with this. I think they'll be very, very proud. I want to thank you for that.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika, na mimi nichukue fursa hii kwa niaba ya wakazi wa Mombasa kuweza kuwapongeza wachezaji wetu ama wanariadha wetu kutoka Kenya ambao wamenyanyua bendera ya Kenya juu sana katika ulimwengu mzima, Mheshimiwa Spika. Na ukiangalia Kenya ni nchi ndogo ukilinganisha na yale mataifa ya dola kubwa kubwa, Mheshimiwa Spika, lakini Wakenya wamejitahidi kwa ubora wao, wakaonyesha ueledi wao katika viwanja, Mheshimiwa Spika, wametuletea medali tofauti tofauti kubwa, Mheshimiwa Spika, na mimi nawashukuru sana na wapongeza, Mheshimiwa Spika. Na niweze kueleza kuwa, Mheshimiwa Spika, imekuwa ni ada hawa wachezaji wetu ama wanariadha wetu wanaleta ushindi mkubwa nyumbani, lakini ukiangalia wakati wao ambapo wametoka kwenye michezo, Mheshimiwa Spika, unapata wanaishi maisha duni sana, Mheshimiwa Spika. Lakini nina imani hino serikali imekuja na mabadiliko makubwa sana, na nina imani Mheshimiwa Rais atawachukua kwa uzito mkubwa sana ili waweze kuangaliwa pia maisha yao pia waweze kukaa vizuri, kwa sababu wameinua Kenya juu sana, Mheshimiwa Spika. Na hasa ni wapongeze kina mama. Kina mama wamekimbia, wameonyesha nguvu, wameleta medali nyingi, na kina mama ndani ya bunge hili tuweze kuwasherekea hawa kina mama wenzetu ambao wameinua taifa juu. Uso wa Kenya uko juu, imeshinda Amerika, imeshinda Mchina, imeshinda mataifa mengi. Najivunia sana kuwa Mkenya, Mheshimiwa Spika, na leo nawapongeza kama mama Mombasa. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
Omboko Milemba.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. As a sports promoter and a sports person, let me also congratulate these athletes. The performance was very good. Though it's being ranked number 3, I thought this is the best I've seen. And being ranked number 2 was great for Kenya. And it surpassed the performance in Budapest the previous year, where we only got 3 gold and a few silvers. I also want to really thank the government, because the current government is doing something very serious about sports facilities, because the only stadiums we were having, Moi and Kasarani, and now the moribund city, were done by President Moi. And now we are seeing Talanta coming up and various others coming up in different regions like Homa Bay and Bungoma and other places. This is very good, because this is what trains these athletes to be what they are. The female athletes were very, very good, and we want to really congratulate them, but then the men must also come up. But I want to say, Honorable Speaker, most of them are very young people, and they really need support. I happened to meet Serem Edmund, and Serem was just walking the streets of Eldoret. They really need support. But finally, the Minister of Education must actually give all the pathways to schools, because under the competence-based education system, we need all the schools to have all the pathways so that the talents can come up. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Masara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me add my voice to the ones who have congratulated our team who are in Japan, Tokyo, for the good performance. Fortunately, Mr. Speaker, for the first time in the history of Nyanza, we have gotten a lady by the name Lilian Odira, coming from Suna West constituency, Suba West Division, Ndonyo village, to have gotten a gold medal, Mr. Speaker. This is a good moment for us, and I can say through her, many young girls and boys now will be inspired to also run, because we are known back in Nyanza, we are known to be footballers. But Lilian Odira has proven that there is no limit. She had done what nobody has ever done, and I believe since Suna West there is gold. Some of the gold which were taken by the colonists, she's bringing some of them back. I want to encourage young people that they should not be limited to anything. They can try their potential and do the impossible. Once again, I want to congratulate all athletes who participated in Japan, but especially give Lilian Odira congratulations on behalf of the people of Suna West and Kenya at large. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Harold Kipchumba.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I join my colleagues to thank the athletes, and I just want to take this opportunity to wish every athlete. There are many others who are younger than those that need support. I want to thank the government for having supported sports and athletes in particular. May I also in this opportunity inform this House that there was a Confederation of East Africa and Central Africa Amputee Football Federation Championship, and Kenya amputees became the champions of Africa. And I think this is a great opportunity also to open up and consider inclusion as we promote all other sports in the country. And this particular time, I can say it is a time that the broad-based, or the thinking that every Kenyan can play a role. It was great to see a Luo girl, to see a Kisii girl, to see a Luya boy, to see a Kalenjin boy. I mean, it brings all of us together. And it is my wish that soon we have an Abdi running from Mandera. And we promote every other community in Kenya. Last, Mr. Speaker, sir, may I, on behalf of persons with disabilities, appeal also that the government put more efforts and resources in supporting them. There's a team that's supposed to be going.
A minute.
There's a team that's supposed to be going to Nigeria for African Cup of Nations for badmintons. And these are persons with disabilities. I'd pray that the government would support them and other partners would come in to sponsor them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you. Naomi Wako.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to congratulate our athletes. In fact, as Kenyans, we feel proud of what they did in Tokyo. To be number 2 worldwide is a great joy to us. And even the people in the villages today are proud of our athletes. Honorable Speaker, our members were able to collect 7 gold. And especially the women who worked very hard, I want to congratulate them for making Kenya proud and for making women of this country proud of what they have done and the entire nation to celebrate. I also want to congratulate the entire team, both men and women, because they have given our nation their best. Honorable Speaker, our president has given a lot of attention to sports and he has motivated them in many ways. Mine is just to say that as leaders, we also need to congratulate and also motivate our members so that they perform well. This has also inspired many other people, because in the past we used to say that athletes are only from Rift Valley, but today we can say as a country we can all participate and also win and make this country proud. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and we congratulate our team.
Thank you. Owen Bayer.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to join fellow members in congratulating our athletes, Honorable Speaker, and say that an investment in sports is actually an investment in the pride of the nation. We stand tall as a nation and as a country today, celebrating the great feat of our great athletes and our sports people. Honorable Speaker, probably this great feat that happened in Japan is because stems from what we did in the football in Chan. The success in Chan actually propelled our athletes to even want to do better. And I believe, Honorable Speaker, as we go forward as a nation, with the motivation and with the whole country united and rallying for success in the sports fields, Honorable Speaker, we are going to not only succeed on the sports field, but will remain as a country that is united, as a country that is focused, and as a country that is looking for success in every field, Honorable Speaker. And I want to pay great accolades, Honorable Speaker, to this government and to the President for standing by athletes in this country. We have seen him, even before this team, we have seen him bring athletes to State House and giving them, some motivation, Honorable Speaker. We saw him motivating the football team, and I also know when he comes back, Honorable Speaker, he'll motivate this team and many other teams that the country comes in, Honorable Speaker. Probably, Honorable Speaker, you need to borrow from the President. The way he did to our team, national team, probably that's what we need to do to the Bunge FC team. So that, Honorable Speaker, they'll be able to do better. I don't want to go to Uganda and come back without a medal. But you can actually engineer success by actually doing President Ruto thing in the House. And we will bring all the trophies, Honorable Speaker, to this House. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
We'll support winners, not joy riders. Thank you, Owen. Mawade?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, I also wish to take this opportunity to congratulate our athletes, especially in the ones that won in Tokyo, Japan. That was an excellent showing. We became the world beaters this time around in athletics. Also, we watched on the same weekend, we also won in Berlin, the 2 marathons for both the men and the women. So we also want to congratulate them. I will also take this opportunity to congratulate our football team for the Chan, for their great performance this time around. And we just missed getting to the finals just by a whiskers, and I know we'll do better in the future. The local playing teams, the teams that play in the local league, perform very, very well. The players that play in the local teams fared very, very well. In the same tone, I also wish to bring up the issue of our sports here at Bunge. There is need to better equipped and continue to support our athletics team and Bunge FC. We fared very well. in the past. But this time around, we did not fare very well. And the reason is because of lack of preparation. In order to perform better, you must have camps a few weeks before the actual game. Also, you need to arrive at site on time. The Ugandans were here 7 days before the game started. We also need the same thing to arrive where we are going this time around to Uganda on time and have enough sufficient friendly. We used to travel in the past. We've gone to Turkey.
Honorable members, I think we'll... yes, Lillian Sioi. I wanted to close here. Okay, Sioi. Where?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also stand to congratulate our athletics for the good job they have done. But I also wanted to add something, Mr. Speaker. There is a lot of exploitation in our athletics. I don't know if they are called schools or agents that are mentoring our athletics. I just realized that they take too much money from our athletics, and I was wondering if we can come up with a law that regulates, or policies that can regulate how much money they will be charging our athletics, because most of them really work so hard, Mr. Speaker, but towards the end of the day, even after running so fast and getting a medal or getting whatever gift they're given, it ends up in the hands of other people, not them. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to suggest that we have policies that can protect our athletics on such kind of people.
Namwar. Is it Nabwin? Sorry. Nabwin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, I want to join colleagues in congratulating our teams. Mr. Speaker, you realize the lost glory in both football and athletics is getting back in this country. And as a member of the sports committee, and on behalf of my colleagues, we are proud of what is happening, we're seeing in the country. Mr. Speaker, you realize one thing that has contributed to the success we are seeing is the motivation that the country's leadership is giving to both soccer and athletics. Mr. Speaker, we want to encourage and continue to engage the executive in terms of construction of the infrastructure that is beginning to take place in most of the counties, like the sports academy. If we can have these sports academies in all the counties, I think, Mr. Speaker, a lot of our young people will participate in sports. Mr. Speaker, to end, I want to congratulate Dorcas Ewoy. Dorcas Ewoy won with silver behind Faith. And she could be the first Turkana young lady who has won such a medal. I want to congratulate her and thank God that she gets the strength to move and get to the goal in the next championship. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I want also to join my colleagues to pay tribute to our gallant Kenyans who gave this country something which has never been done. Mr. Speaker, 11 medals and getting the number 2 to the United States of America, Mr. Speaker, was no mean achievement. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the President particularly for motivating our sports women and men in this country by giving them some motivational awards. We would like to thank him and ask him to continue supporting these sports. Number 2, Mr. Speaker, I would like to support my colleagues by recommending that we have all these sports academies in all the counties in the country. Mr. Speaker, if we have the academies in the country, in all the counties, I'm very sure we can best get the best. And Mr. Speaker, also diversify in these sports so that we can now go to 100 meters, 400 meters, and other sports in this country. Mr. Speaker, I want to say thank you and welcome our Kenyans who have gone to Tokyo and conquered. We are proud of you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I also want to take this opportunity to say congratulations to Team Kenya. Honorable Speaker, it was really very nice watching the athletes as they conquered the world. But more specifically, Honorable Speaker, I want to salute our women athletes, Honorable Speaker.
Speak louder.
I want to congratulate the women athletes, Honorable Speaker, because they did extremely well, Honorable Speaker. But Honorable Speaker, I got disturbed that I watched the games, the athletes also, Speaker. More so, the steeplechase men, Honorable Speaker. You know, this is one of the items you have been getting all the medals. But we are no more there. We are no longer there, Honorable Speaker. So I think we need to ask ourselves what has happened to this particular item where we used to get all gold, silver, and even the bronze. But now we got nothing. I think it's an area we need to revisit, Honorable Speaker, and see how it happens. Honorable Speaker, is a conclusion, the Bunge one. I think practice makes perfect. That's where we are not getting it right. People must train for them to win, Honorable Speaker. Let's train more. I congratulate you, Honorable Speaker, and congratulate Kenyans for this good performance. Thank you.
Polo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. And at the onset, let me join my colleagues in congratulating the team that went to Japan. Tell them kudos because they did a good job. And I take note that our country is well known all over the world because of the sporting activities. I would like to encourage all communities to involve their people because, Mr. Speaker, I was really very happy this time round that the players or the participants who were there were coming from all many tribes. At least for the first time, you could see there's a Turkana, there's a Luo, there's a Kalenjin, and that is good. It at least brings Kenya or unites us so that we are one. So thank you so much. And as in Bunge here, Mr. Speaker, I would like to encourage the Bunge to at least put more emphasis on these issues of sporting so that when we go and compete elsewhere or with other countries, at least we bring more trophies. We noticed while we were in Mombasa that we were not, or our players were not fit enough, meaning that there is no provision or there is no time for training. While other countries could actually take a whole week earlier to come and actually train, to familiarize themselves with the fields. So I feel that we need to take we need to give more seriousness to this to sports. Thank you so much, and I congratulate all the teams. Thank you.
Honorable members, the time I allocated is up. We'll end here. I will. Pasaris, you came and solicited to be given a minute to speak. Go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to stand as a proud Kenyan leader congratulating our team for the good work that they did. Coming number 2 in the world, Kenya is on the map. It's on everybody's lips. Everybody goes to athletic events all over the world to see Kenya win. We are the measure of success when it comes to athletics. And I believe that we need to stand and thank our government because our government has been rewarding footballers, taking sports really seriously, and that's really good. Mr. Speaker, I want to talk about sextortion. Sextortion was a bill that I brought, and I have to bring it in again because it did not go through in its first session. There's an article today in the People magazine about sex for sports, sex for positions, exploitation of our players by coaches. I think the government needs to really investigate to make sure that our sportsmen and women, especially the young and the old, are not exploited by their coaches and are not having to exchange sexual favors to be able to make the team. That article was damning, and I believe we don't want to taint the name of athletics in Kenya, and any of our teams should not be in a position where they are extorted, and the terminology of sextortion should actually be becoming something that everybody thinks about. I congratulate the team, and I say that as a government we're going to investigate, because no one should have to exchange their bodies to make the team in Kenya, and if that is happening, we need to deal with it. But I want to say congratulations, and as a country we are proud of all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Ngalechai, 1 minute. After you, Lisa Chelule, 1 minute. And Karani, is that Karani? Kirima, 1 minute. 1 minute each.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. And as you well know, Elgeyo Marakwet is the home of champions. Every athlete in Kenya is either born in Elgeyo Marakwet or training in Elgeyo Marakwet County. Otherwise, if you are not born there or training there, you have no chance of winning any medal. Mr. Speaker, I want to give special tribute to the girls who gave us the 6 gold medals out of 7 gold medals. And this one tells us that we can achieve anything, because if you compare the US who became the #1 and Kenya in the US is like a drop in the ocean, and we can be #2 in the continent, in the whole world. Mr. Speaker, they did a superb job, and I want to congratulate them and also encourage those who are not able to win the medals that they have chances to, and they have equal opportunities. And for the male participants, we need to...
Lisa Chelule. Ngalechai, I gave you 1 minute. Chelule, 1 minute.
Asante Bwana Spika kunipatia hii nafasi. Pia nipongeze wanariadha wetu kutoka nchi yetu ya Kenya kwa kushindania medali mbalimbali ambaye tumesikia na tuliwaona. Nimesimama kwa niaba ya Nakuru County kupongeza sana wanariadha ambaye walituwakilisha. Kuna mmoja ambaye anatoka Kuresoi South, Faith Chemngetich, ambaye amekuwa akishindania medali mbalimbali. Tunajifunia kama Nakuru, tunajifunia kama nchi. Pongezi sana, na nataka kuchukua hii nafasi kushukuru President pia kwa kuwamotisha, kuwapatia motisha ya kujenga viwanja mbalimbali ambaye watakuwa wakijifunza. Asanteni sana.
Kirema.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to this Thanksgiving to our sportsmen and sportswomen. Mr. Speaker, sir, I take this opportunity to congratulate our sportsmen and sportswomen at the Tokyo Games and say that thank you for what they have done for this country. Also congratulate the President for taking initiative of which has never been taken before by other leaders who were before him, for encouraging our sportsmen and women for what they are doing. But Mr. Speaker, sir, there is a myth that sprinting and running is only done in some parts of this country, yet it can be done everywhere, provided people get facilities which are required and people to train them. I encourage the trainers and the government to take that initiative to transfer.
Thank you. Honorable members, will end here on this. And as we end, we must be very proud of ourselves and our country. How many countries can have an opportunity to have their national anthem sung 6 times in a foreign capital within 2 weeks? It is something we must salute. And as we salute the success in Tokyo, remember over the weekend, 2 Kenyans again, a man and a woman, won the Berlin Marathon. So our powerhouse in athletics is something to be very proud of. And at some point, I'll discuss with the sports committee to see if we can felicitate these heroes and heroines here in Parliament.
But more importantly for the men, the boy child is lost. The boy child is disappearing. And for the Committee on Sports, what happened, Otienda Molo, to our steeplechase? That was our race. If Kenya won one gold medal in any Olympics or World Athletics, it was steeplechase. Now it's at least thanks to the young girl Faith Cherotich. The men have disappeared. Women, take your space and keep the flag flying for Kenya. Thank you very much, members. Let's go now back to order number 7.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
We only have responses to statements. Is Protas Akuja in the house? Akuja is in the house. Russell, do you have the response?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Yes, I do have the response.
Go ahead.
Honorable Speaker, the Member of Parliament for Turkana South Constituency, Honorable thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the Member of Parliament for Loima Constituency, Honorable Dr. Protas Akuja, requested to be apprised of the appointment of chiefs and assistant chiefs in his constituency. The Honorable Member particularly sought to be informed the reasons for prolonged delay in the appointment of chiefs and assistant chiefs in his constituency. The of Interior and National Administration is undertaking to ensure that the constituents continue to access government services, and thirdly, specific timelines. Honorable Speaker, on the issue of prolonged delay, the ministry confirms that there are no prolonged delay in the appointment of chiefs and assistant chiefs in the entire country, including Loima. On the measures that the ministry is taking, vacant positions are usually managed by serving assistant chiefs in acting roles. Additionally, assistant chiefs from nearby sub-locations are assigned to serve in vacant ones while awaiting formal appointment. This helps bridge administrative gaps in governance and service delivery, ensuring that constituents continue to access essential government services. Specific timelines. Honorable Speaker, the Principal Secretary has granted authority to appoint the Assistant Chief in the following administrative units in Loima constituency: Kalemunyang, Lorengipi, and Naipa sub-locations. The appointment will be notified soon so that they can immediately start the process of authenticating the academic and professional certificates with the Kenya Examination Council and other issuing bodies after completing the authentication of their certificates. The appointees will be deployed accordingly. Honorable Speaker, I beg to respond.
Akuja.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Response from the CS Interior has been fairly answered. However, the CS has tempted to ignore the fact that there is a serious delay in the recruitment of chiefs, especially after the interviews have been done. It takes a long time for those appointment letters to reach those specific persons who have been appointed. A case in the point is the stations that have been mentioned, Lorenkipi, Kalemunyang, and Naipa, who did their first interview in 2023. And I'm told the appointment letters 2 weeks ago after this statement was issued, was raised. So it had to wait until the statement was raised is when the appointment letters were issued. So the delay is there, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Better late than never. It's done. Thank you. Ariko Namoit is in the house. Yes. Raso, are you ready with that as well?
Yes, Honorable Speaker.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the Member of Parliament for Turkana South Constituency, Honorable Ariko Namoit, has requested to be apprised of the rising cases of insecurity in Turkana County. The Honorable Member particularly sought to be informed on the following: the Lopinding incident involving snatching of a firearm from a security officer, illegal roadblocks in Lodwar town, abduction incident report, organized groups disrupting public gatherings. Honorable Speaker, the Ministry's response states as following. On 25th June 2025, during the burial ceremony of late Deputy Speaker of Turkana County Assembly held in Lokchogyo, Honorable Ariko Namoit was accosted by a group of rowdy youths as he was proceeding back to his seat after his remarks. His security detail intervened to shield him. However, in the ensuing melee, a Seska pistol was forcibly taken from his bodyguard. The incident was reported at Lokchogyo police station. Honorable Speaker, the firearm has since been handed over to Lokchogyo police station for safe custody and subsequently forwarded to DCI headquarters for ballistic analysis and also to establish its owner. And a case file to that effect has been opened to establish the circumstances into this incident. Witnesses have recorded statements, and it was established that the weapon was snatched from the security detail of Mr. Philistone Aletia, who then passed it over to Mr. Christopher Ereng, alias Robert Lochokot. Both individuals were placed under investigation in connection with the incident. The file was later forwarded to the ODPP on 14 July 2025 for perusal and advice. The case is pending under investigation and awaiting directions from the Office of Director of Public Prosecution. 2, abduction incident reported an organized group disrupting public gatherings. Honorable Speaker, on 30th April 2024, at 0524 hours, Ms. Elizabeth Eyanai, a resident of Kanamkemer village, reported at Lokchogyo police station via OB that Mr. Sami Esinyen Ekitela, the Turkana South constituency manager, had been abducted by a known person at Cherinas Hotel. Police officers visited and documented the scene, collecting all items of evidential value. Investigation commenced and preliminary findings revealed that the alleged abduction was in fact a self-abduction incident. The victim was traced to his hideout, where he was hiding to evade arrest in connection with an offense of assault, reported via OB with Mr. Nimrod Ekamais Lomorukai as the complainant. Statements were recorded in relation to disruption of public gatherings and the assault case. Individuals, 8 of them, were arrested. They were presented before Eldoret Law Court, where the case is pending, charged with the offense of assault causing actual bodily harm, contrary to Section 251 of the Penal Code. The case is pending before the court. Honorable Speaker, the third issue which the Honorable Member sought is the illegal roadblocks in Lodwar town. On 4th August 2025, the Governor of Turkana County, His Excellency Jeremiah Lomurkai, was informed that aliens were being ferried along the Kakuma-Nairobi Road at 23:05 hours. He proceeded to the county council sales collection point where he intercepted a motor vehicle registration number KDU 367E suspected to be transporting aliens. The governor immediately alerted the OCS Lodwar police station, who detained the bus and its passengers and escorted them to Lodwar police station. The director of refugee services was notified in liaison with the ODPP. The refugees were presented before court on 5th August 2025 via PCR case 123/2025 and charged with the offense of leaving a designated area without permission, contrary to Section 31(2), as read with Section 41(2) of the Refugee Act. Part B of the same. The specific measures being taken by the Ministry of Interior to curb the rise of hired persons disrupting public gatherings. Honorable Speaker, the following measures have been taken by the ministry to curb. 1, the government continues to sensitize members of the public on the provisions of Public Order Act Cap 56, in which the law requires that any person intending to organize a public meeting or procession must notify the regulating officer, the OCS of the local police within the jurisdiction, and is to be held at least 3 days, but not more than 14 days before the event. 2, upon receipt of a notification, the OCS is required to develop a security plan for the planned meeting or procession. And thirdly, in the event of any security breach in the public gathering, immediate action is taken through the identification, apprehension, and arraignment in court of organizers, sponsors, and perpetrators responsible for disruption. Honorable Speaker, I beg to respond.
Yes, Ariko.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the chairperson for security has attempted to at least present what the ministry presented to them, but actually the Lokichoge incident, and specifically Lopiding, the incident was occasioned by the ferried goons from Lodwar town, led by the culprit. Honorable Speaker, the statement by the ministry really contradicts. First of all, they talked about Christopher Ereng to have picked the firearm which was lying on the ground. Then after investigation, they revealed the truth of the matter, that the person who took the gun is one person called Aletia, and handed over to Christopher Ereng. They took this gun up to Kakuma town. That's where the governor called the person in charge of GSU Lokichogyo. And they presented the gun to that person. That person took the gun. The officer took the gun to OCS Lokichogyo. So the question is, how long does it take for justice to be given to those who have suffered from the acts of these goons? Actually, Honorable Speaker, justice delayed is justice denied, because it has taken now over 2 months. This matter is still under investigation, and it is a matter which is straightforward. The person involved are known. I don't know why it is taking this too long. And the reason as to why there are so many cases pending under DCI, and these cases have brought a lot of issues to Turkana County. One person taking charge of security in Turkana, and that is the governor of Turkana County. On the second issue, Chair, Honorable Speaker, the issue of abduction, let me not go into that, because abduction is defined by the Penal Code. 256 is defined. Forceful removal of a person from one point to another. And that is explained very well by the eyewitnesses and not the hearsays from the governor. I don't want to go into that because that matter is still in the court. That matter made me to sleep in prison for 3 days. I was here, Honorable Speaker, when the matter took place in Turkana and not in Turkana, in Loda Town, and not in Lokchogyo as purported by the ministry. Honorable Speaker, the eyewitnesses are there. I don't want to go into that. The third issue...
You are supposed to seek a clarification on the statement as given. You are now making a speech.
Not, Honorable Speaker, I'm trying to highlight and inform the misinformation as issued by the ministry. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, on the last matter on the county governor of Turkana becoming a base commander, a traffic commander for Turkana County. Honorable Speaker, how can a governor go to an extent of going to a roadblock? Then the incidents that took place there, they are there in the media. The police officers and the DCI were beaten by the goons that were varied by the governor. This matter is in the media. They cannot lie to us. And the governor himself said, I do not want to deal with any security agencies other than the OCS, because he has put the OCS in his pocket. Honorable Speaker, please, we need justice. Turkana County people...
Yes, Benja, what's your point of order? Give Lagat. Benjamin.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, you know, Mheshimiwa is my friend, but in our standing orders, Mr. Speaker, you don't discuss the character of a person without a substantive motion. He has discussed the governor of his county.
You are out of order. He just mentioned him. He didn't discuss it.
Chair, I don't know how...
Which chair?
Honorable Speaker. Sorry.
Yes.
Sorry, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker.
Go on.
Rescue, I don't know how the people of Turkana can be rescued. There are several incidences that have taken place in Turkana. The security agencies in Turkana have no tooth or teeth to bite. And specifically one person, and that's one person is known. Otherwise, the people of Turkana will take things on their own hands and protect themselves. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Russell, did you hear that the goons attacked the police?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, you know I am the patron of the Pastoralist Parliamentary Group, and I come from the ASAL. I think Honorable Member is in order to raise the complaints he has raised, and the ministry has attempted to respond appropriately. But there are some things which is heavily laced with local politics. Yes. But as the vice chairman of this committee, what we want to establish...
Benja, you appear to know Turkana more than Kericho. Go on.
Honorable Speaker, there are things he said from the floor of the House that the police do not have teeth to bite. I think the police is a neutral agents in enforcing the law. And none of us, even the Speaker or even the President, nobody is above the law. If they are lawbreakers and they are walking that land called Turkana, I think we'll ask the IG to respond appropriately. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Next, Waitan. Yes, member for Turkana North.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I wanted to add my voice on the response to the statement brought forward by Dr. Rico, as a person of interest in Turkana and a leader in that county. Mr. Speaker, from the face value, the concerns brought out by Honorable Rico might look local politics. But the situation in Turkana, the security situation in Turkana is not good for leaders mainly, and those citizens or Kenyans who express dissatisfaction with the leadership of the county. We've had so many incidences. You can imagine, Mr. Speaker, the case of abduction. The victim at the end of the day becomes the perpetrator. The victim is made to spend in prison for almost 14 days. The victim who was abducted. Mr. Speaker, these things happen, and it worries people in Turkana because they know the truth. But what comes out of the investigation and the actions of security apparatus is really worrying. So, Mr. Speaker, though of course there is politics at play, but what Honorable Rico has brought forward to this House must be looked at very keenly. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the case in Lokchogyo during the burial, it is clear from the report by the chair of that committee that it is not true that the firearm, a government firearm, is said to have been picked from the ground, which is not true. And from the reports provided, you are told that that firearm was collected from
If
the...
If you want to controvert what he said, controvert it with alternative facts so that he can be able to be...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The truth is, the goons varied from Lodwar, and this is what happens. Every time the governor moves from Lodwar to an area where he's doing his activities, there are 3 vehicles full of goons carried to that area, not to provide his security, but to disrupt activities of, things that are contrary to what he expects to happen.
Thank you. Honorable Raso, you've heard all those. You can investigate and invite the honorable members to your committee to discuss the matter further. Give Honorable Raso the mic.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. We are well guided.
Thank you. The next is Waitan in the House. Honorable Waitan, there's a response to a statement about management of Hajj programs have been requested by Honorable Bashir, that consultations and discussions are still going on, and we put off the matter to next week. So the matter is stayed to Wednesday afternoon next week. Hopefully you'll have finalized what you are doing. Joyce Bensouda, she's not here. Chairman Education. Where's Bensouda? Yes, Eve Obara. Give Eve the mic. You are not Joyce Bensouda by any chance, are you?
No. I am the Vice Chair for Education.
So you are ready to respond?
Yes.
Bensouda is not here.
Bensouda was here and I've tried to reach her.
If Bensouda is taking tea, it means she is not interested in prosecuting her request. So it is dropped. It's not dropped. We stay to next week. You can respond. Yes, yes, Wangari.
Mr. Speaker, not on...
Vice Chair, hold on. Is on the same issue?
It was on education, Mr. Speaker.
So let me finish with this first. If Obara, Honorable, you can hold your response to tomorrow afternoon, subject to Bensouda giving an appropriate and acceptable apology. Because she was here and just walked out. And to other members, if you have business on the order paper, try and be here to prosecute so that we don't pile unnecessary business for the later days. Wangari?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for indulging me. Mr. Speaker, allow me to raise a matter which I think may not wait for the normal statement route, the matter of capitation in schools, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the recess, we have been able to interact with many schools and leaders and administrators of schools, and I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, schools are suffering. Even buying chalk, buying a biro pen is almost becoming impossible for schools, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, the explanation the ministry has been giving through the media does not hold water because they say they are verifying. This verification should have been done during the holidays when the children were home. Mr. Speaker, this term is very short. In fact, students should be closing by October 22nd. They are already closing school. We have 3 evaluations and examinations, Mr. Speaker. That is the grade 3 NEC evaluation. We have the KIPSEA for grade 6, and now we have KJSEA for grade 9. How then, Mr. Speaker, are schools supposed to prepare for these examinations, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, I feel that the Committee of Education and the Ministry of Education should give a way forward. If you have given wrong figures as a head of institution, can that be deducted in the next term? But we cannot afford, Mr. Speaker, to actually be able to make sure that we have held schools in abeyance. They don't know what to do in 3rd term, Mr. Speaker. Maybe you can give direction to the Committee of Education.
Owen Baya, where is your committee chair? Yes, KJ?
Before we get a response from leadership, Mr. Speaker, you might want also to send the business regarding our university education, together with the communication that Honorable Martha is giving, to the Committee on Education. Because as we speak right now, our students who are reporting to university had to go back home. They are sitting in abeyance, not sure what the situation is with the lecturers, not sure whether it is being resolved, whether it is being attended to. So, Mr. Speaker, as you give direction, kindly also direct the Committee on Education to look into the matters of our learners who are in the university and higher institutions of education, so that it does not look like it is a failure purely on just the new funding model, which it is not. It is a whole other issue that needs to be resolved. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
If Obara, can you bring a response to this on Thursday afternoon?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Sorry, Mr. Speaker. This is a matter that has come to our attention, and I want to commit that by Tuesday next week, we should be able to give a comprehensive statement on the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Tuesday. Next order.
Order number 13, the Kenya Roads Amendment number 3 Bill, National Assembly Bill number 34 of 2025, second reading.
Honorable Peter Kaluma.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Kenya Roads Amendment number 3 Bill, National Assembly Bill number 34 of 2025 be now read a second time. Honorable Speaker, this bill, though appearing in my name, is brought on behalf of the Legislative Caucus which you constituted to help the House with directions on legal and litigation matters that involve Parliament. That team you constituted, Honorable Speaker, is convened by the Honorable Dr. Otiende Amolo, Senior Counsel, and the Honorable Samuel Chepkonga. also cancel. And the team, Honorable Speaker, brings together all members of Parliament who are learned, and I'm emphasizing learned in law, who are willing on a pro bono basis to intervene as and when the Honorable Speaker requires. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you for opening up that caucus to every person of a good legal mind who is willing to be there. I've not seen Honorable Speaker, Honorable Karoli Omondi, but he's one of our best brains here, and I hope he'll be notified now that he's aware that legislative caucus is existent to involve, so that in those matters for which, Honorable Speaker, you've constituted the legislative caucus, Parliament can benefit from his good brain. Honorable Speaker, I therefore, Honorable Speaker.
What's your point of order, Honorable Owen?
Honorable Speaker, you know, the Honorable Kaluma is my senior in many ways. But when he says the few learned members of Parliament, he needs to qualify it to say learned friends, because that's what it means, the lawyers. Because there are many other learned professors here. But to say learned legislators, he needs to qualify it. And when he also says best brains, he needs to qualify it as a best brain in law, because there are other best brains, Honorable Speaker. I think that he needs to put in perspective so that other members here, so he does not sound condescending.
We've had you. Okay, Honorable Kaluma. Are you so guided?
Thank you. It has given me the opportunity to consult the desk, Honorable Speaker, and the desk was concerned that it is possible I may not have moved. I moved.
Yes, you moved.
But for the avoidance of doubt, let me just reiterate that I beg to move that the Kenya Roads Board Amendment number 2 Bill, National Assembly Bill number 34 of 2025 be now read a second time. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Owen Baya intervened when I was thanking the Legislative Caucus for permitting me to move this important bill on their behalf. And I want Honorable Dr. Otiende Amolo, Senior Counsel, to return my compliments to the Legislative Caucus for I'm doing this on behalf of them together. Honorable Speaker, it has also been the view of the Speaker that matters which can be resolved by the leadership of the nation be so resolved without recourse to litigation. And so, Honorable Speaker, I wanted to thank you also for appointing me separately to lead a team which included the Majority Whip, the Honorable Silvana Sosoro, the Honorable Marianne Keitany, the Chair of the Committee in charge of Roads and Infrastructure, the Honorable George Kariuki, and the Honorable Naisula Leisuda, among members, to lead and engage the Council of Governors in negotiating this matter of the roads maintenance fuel levy. Honorable Speaker, I did report to you, and I want to report again that we did all the best we would do to secure that the Council of Governors, bringing together governors of our country, together with the members of Parliament, resolve this issue out of court process. And I thank that team, which, Honorable Speaker, you constituted to work together with me in that endeavor. Honorable Speaker, before I go into the meat of the matter, permit me also to thank the Council of Governors under the leadership of Dr. FCPA Abdullahi Ahmed for what I saw on their part in terms of the leadership they are giving the Council, and particularly the Chair himself. We had several meetings. The most important, Honorable Speaker, was at the Council of Governors offices, and by the way, it was clear from their attitude and ours that the venue where we were meeting to take up these important matters, as people favored to be national leadership now, away from the court, was very pleasant and was commendable.
Honorable Speaker, having said all that, let me also thank the chair of the departmental committee in the National Assembly in charge of roads and infrastructure, the Honorable George Kariuki, and the membership of that committee. Not only, Honorable Speaker, for joining us in those endeavors to resolve these matters, which ultimately we agreed required the intervention of this Parliament. And I'm saying Parliament to include the National Assembly, Honorable Speaker, and the Senate, and he joined us through all those meetings. I also want to thank that committee, Honorable Speaker, that because of the urgency of this matter, the committee put aside every work they were doing, Honorable Speaker, to undertake those constitutional requirements under Article 118 regarding public participation, and they did very detailed and expeditious public participation. I've read their reports. I believe the members, because of the importance of this matter, have also read it and benefited a great way from the suggestions they are making, not only in supporting this important bill around the maintenance of roads across the country, but also by way of the improvements they are suggesting. And at the right time, Honorable Speaker, we will be able to listen to the thoughts they are proposing and agree. Honorable Speaker, despite all those efforts, a judgment was ultimately delivered by the High Court of Kenya in Petition 423 of 2024. That judgment faulted the two bills we are seeking to bring amendments to by way of this bill. And Honorable Speaker, that judgment says largely two things. That these two laws we are seeking to amend currently, although they are dealing with matters of road maintenance fuel levy, which should be used, Honorable Speaker, to maintain all roads across the counties, across the country, do not include the county governments or the counties as also beneficiaries of the funds which come from that levy for purposes of the maintenance of the roads which are classified and fall within the remit of the counties. And so the Honorable Court says, Honorable Speaker, that that position in the laws we are seeking to amend in terms of Section 47 of the Kenya Roads Act, Honorable Speaker, is unconstitutional because it runs afoul both the principle of devolution, which is a national value under Article 10, Honorable Speaker, and to which we've dedicated a whole chapter in the Constitution to ensure equity, and particularly equitable development. The court also said, Honorable Speaker, that the classification of the roads to the extent that it did not accord with the principles of devolution is also improper and constitutional, null and void. And so the court concluded, Honorable Speaker, that Section 6 and Section 47 of the provisions of the substantive laws we are seeking to amend by this law are unconstitutional, Honorable Speaker, null and void. Most importantly, because the court gave, in that case I've cited, Honorable Speaker, 4 substantive orders. And we have to thank the court because the parties who took the National Assembly and the Senate and other roads agencies to court actually sought 13 orders, including orders for costs, but essentially 12 very substantive orders. The court made an order number D, and this is the one order I want to draw the attention of the members to. Having found that those provisions were inconsistent with the Constitution and therefore were null and void, the court said there shall be no allocation of funds from the road maintenance fuel levy fund that does not include the county. That does not include the counties. And so disbursement of monies must include the counties, because as I've said, devolution is not just a national value and principle of governance, but it's also a matter so important for ensuring equity that we've dedicated a whole chapter of the Constitution to that matter, Honorable Speaker. And so that is where we are. As expected, Honorable Speaker, this matter was taken to the Court of Appeal by the National Assembly, by the Legislative Caucus, when it was remitted to them by your office for intervention, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, there is an appeal. This is Civil Appeal number E427 of 2025, in which we are contesting on behalf of the National Assembly and the aggrieved Kenyans the declarations of the court. Within that appeal, Honorable Speaker, we did seek orders from the court of a conservatory nature, suspending the operation of the judgment until that appeal is heard on its merits and determined. Honorable Speaker, I want to report to the House, and it is already known, that that application, which was presented to the Court of Appeal for order suspending the judgment, was allowed by the Court of Appeal. And I want to thank the Court of Appeal. In public interest, it was so allowed, because, Honorable Speaker, those sections which we are seeking to amend now, and which have been the subject matter of those litigations, if the judgment was not suspended, those provisions were going to derail and undermine the operations of the roads agencies we've established under these statutes completely. And we are going to secure that even if legislative interventions were made, Honorable Speaker, as we are seeking to do, Honorable Speaker, no road was going to be maintained in that intervening period. So I want to thank them. But I want to emphasize, Honorable Speaker, that though the Court of Appeal gave that order of stay of enforcement of the judgment in terms of all those substantive orders, that order of stay was only given for a period of 12 months, beginning July, when the order was issued. So what it means, Honorable Speaker, is that if the appeal is not heard and a favorable determination made by July next year, the bad situation for which stay was sought and given by the Court of Appeal was not given. Honorable Speaker, I have absolute confidence in the success of the appeal that is pending before the Court of Appeal, filed by the National Assembly and the aggrieved roads agencies. And I have no doubt in my mind, Honorable Speaker, even as I move the consideration of this bill by the House, that there is a chance, and a very high chance and probability, that that appeal must succeed. But Honorable Speaker, there is a good reason as to why we are favored to be in leadership position at this point in time. There is a good reason, Honorable Speaker, as to why Kenyans chose us, out of the 55 million Kenyans in the country, to be in this arm of government whose core mandate is to legislate. And so I want to confirm, Honorable Speaker, that this bill is being brought not to concede that the appeal will not succeed, but as a point of leadership confirmed by those previous meetings we've had with even the members of the Council of Governors under the leadership of Dr. Ahmed Abdullahi, and of course the other meetings and interrogations, to do what is right in public interest for the people of Kenya in spite of what other processes could be there. Honorable Speaker, that therefore now brings me to the substance of this bill. It's a very short bill. We are effecting amendments to a number of provisions in the Kenya Roads Act and in the Kenya Roads Board Act. Honorable Speaker, if you look at clause 2 of this bill, and I know because of its importance, all members have looked at it, we are seeking to amend the current section 2 of the Kenya Roads Act, which appears to date to be only speaking to national roads. I understand that is so, Honorable Speaker, because that law was enacted well before the current constitution. And it is something that needs to be cleaned up. If you looked at the 4th schedule of the constitution, the categories of roads in the country are national trunk roads and county roads. And so we are making it clear that these laws, to be in conformity with the constitution, Honorable Speaker, cannot be restricted just to national roads as is the case now, but must now have a category of national trunk roads falling within the remit of national government roads, or roads to be maintained by national government, and then county roads. Honorable Speaker, at clause 3, we are dealing with the matter of classification. And this is the substantive amendment to the contested current section 47 of the Act. And so we are clearing that in line with the judgment and to the extent agreed by the House of Parliament, Honorable Speaker, the new roads classification will accord with the first schedule of this bill so that we can carry the entire country aboard. And Honorable Speaker, if you go to the first schedule, you will see, Honorable Speaker, those various categories which have been existing in the law we are seeking to amend, and the proposed new categories. So we are proposing a category AS and category A and B to fall under national government. The description is there. Honorable Speaker, I've looked and, at the report of the departmental committee in charge of the subject matter, and I have noted they are proposing the crunching together of AS and A into one road category. It will be considered by the House at that point in time. Honorable Speaker, at the level of national government, we also have those roads which are falling within cities and urban areas or leading into critical facilities within urban centers. And so you see under the first schedule at page 788, Honorable Speaker, a category A2 for urban roads. Again, they are categorized as A, U to signify it being within urban jurisdiction, category B, U, and CU. In terms of rural roads, Honorable Speaker, falling within the mandate of the national government for maintenance, at page 789 of the bill, there is category C, which has not been amended much. It is what is currently existent, Honorable Speaker. But Honorable Members, I want to alert you to a new category being proposed by myself on behalf of the Legislative Caucus, category SP, Special Purpose Roads, and category SR, Security Roads. The Special Purpose Roads are described as roads providing direct access to places of specific national, social, or economic importance, including industrial and commercial areas and government institutions, such as schools, hostels, if they were to be national government referral facilities falling within the remit of national government, prisons, government housing, and such national government facilities. And Honorable Members, I confirm this is a very important category that we are introducing. We've had cases where if we go with the existent classification, then very many schools, especially schools in rural areas, would not have access roads. We also have roads which are classified in the manner that they are classified currently. But Honorable Speaker, you may be having a school between a national government road and a county government road. Worse still, Honorable Speaker, you may have a situation where a river is also cutting between those two roads. If we do not create a category that can allow the Kenya Rural Roads Authority, Honorable Speaker, to construct things like box culverts, or what we call bridges in common parlance, Honorable Speaker, to connect those schools and make them accessible, Honorable Speaker, we will have a situation where those national government facilities not falling within the remit of clear classification in terms of the road networks in the country currently may not be accessible. Honorable Speaker, we've been told by the CS in charge of National Treasury that since independence, it is now some 63 years later that the national government is doing a box culvert or a bridge across River Tana. The children of that area, the children of Kenya, Honorable Speaker, have been crossing that river, and we know that this river is highly infested with crocodiles, risking their lives just to get education for 63 years. We are saying, Honorable Speaker, that if funds were to be available, such a road would be done even if it is not linked directly, Honorable Speaker, to a national government road or a road falling within the remit of the county, so that the children of Kenya, wherever they are, and the people of Kenya can, Honorable Speaker, access those critical facilities. Honorable Speaker, in terms of security roads, we are leaving its determination, Honorable Speaker, to the ministry that will be in charge of internal security. I've been in that committee, Honorable Speaker, for very long. And I can confirm that the last time I visited, Honorable Speaker, Laikipia, there is this big forest where cattle rustlers, take animals to. It's called Mukogodo Forest. And then once the animals are inside there, you will be told even police cannot dare enter that forest. The rustlers will do whatever they want with them. And in our assessment, if such a road were to be categorized as a security road, that is a road that would be easily, fall under this classification. And so the funds would go to create a road through there. Honorable Speaker, if you go to northeastern Kenya, the main reason we have AIDs, with the funds it receives, the county, Honorable Speaker, just employs people who are, taking notes of what roads are being done. And the road is being done by the Constituency Roads Committee under KERA, or KERA, Honorable Speaker, at something like 5 million. When you look at records and you saw those processes in the Senate, Honorable Speaker, you hear on the same roads, our county also spent 50 million, nearly 10 times what KERA spent without doing anything. I can tell you, not in Homa Bay. Homa Bay is the best county currently. Top class county. And a female governor who is the best in this country currently. Yeah, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Kajwang is a son of Homa Bay. He has a polite way of distracting me. and we've dealt with it. Yes, Honorable Speaker, we are putting clear responsibilities, and there are a whole array of them. So that unlike equalization fund, which you send, and we were sending them here the other day, you have no follow-up system in terms of what is being done. We now want the counties to create even a department in charge of roads, employ qualified people there. An account will be opened, Honorable Speaker, with the central bank. This money goes, and for audit and accountability issues, it is very, very easy. Honorable Speaker, at clause 47, we are dealing with road signage, and I think it is tied to the processes we did. We need it to be clear, Honorable Speaker, that when there is
You can proceed. Give him more time.
because I'm just going to the meat of the matter, but I'll be brief. Give me only 5 minutes, Honorable Speaker. I thank you. Honorable Speaker, we want signages so that it is clear. This road is a county government road. This road is a national government road. This road has been done by Kenya. This road has been done by Kura. This road has been done by KRA. So that we can avoid these issues of, Honorable Speaker, the situations where there can be, corrupt practices and want of accountability over matters roads. Honorable Speaker, lastly, and the most thing we are dealing with, and Honorable Speaker, you will see this in the bill, and I know members have looked at it, is having been, thought that we are adding the counties, we have to reorganize the percentages into which, the roads maintenance fuel levy is to be shared. And so, Honorable Speaker, the bill proposes that counties will get 5% of the total amount of funds collected by under the road maintenance fuel levy, fund. Honorable Speaker, because we have created that new category of sharing, the existing categories have to go down. So counties will get 5%. We are moving the allocation of Kenya, which was initially at 40%, Honorable Speaker, down to 36% to accommodate that share to the counties. Honorable Speaker, we are then moving the allocation which was going to Kenya Urban Roads Authority, Kura, from 15 to 14%. And Honorable Speaker, we are then moving the allocation which was initially being accorded to Kenya Rural Roads Authority at 32% to 31% by 1% to accommodate that addition to the county. I know, Honorable Speaker, some would be asking, why are we giving the counties 5? But Honorable Speaker, I'm saying that this is not equitable share. Counties still receive an equitable share, a portion of which will be going to roads. This is money from the collection of fuel levies for the maintenance of roads based on the roads classifications per county, and in consultation with the ministry that is relevant, Honorable Speaker, it is confirmed to us that by classification currently, if you looked at the total, the 5% would secure that the roads falling under the remit of our county governments, Honorable Speaker, are maintained and in a good state for all Kenyans. That section 6 is what I've dealt with under that provision, and is a very critical provision. I would urge the members to accommodate it. Without much ado, Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the members for the opportunity to present this matter on their behalf. And Honorable Speaker, I know I've given enough detail. I want to thank you for the support you've given, Parliament in the exercise of this legislative, act, Honorable Speaker. And I beg to move, and permit me, therefore, having moved, Honorable Speaker, to request that the Honorable Dr. Otiende Amolo, Senior Counsel, seconds. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Proceed, Honorable Amolo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to second the Kenya Roads Amendment number 3 Bill of 2025. Madam Speaker, there's an issue that the Honorable Owen Baya raised, and he did not get the benefit of a response. Wherever he is, he will have to know that there's a distinction between learned and educated. Even if you can be a professor of everything, you can only be educated. You will not benefit from being called a learned friend. So the Honorable Owen Baya is educated and is my friend. He's my educated friend, not my learned friend. In fact, in the English tradition, the word learned friend was actually reserved to peers, barrister to barrister. When a barrister was referring to a solicitor, they would say, my friend, not even my learned friend. You must get the history of why lawyers are called learned, then you can start questioning it. But I do not have time to go into it. Suffice it to say, the Honorable Owen Baya, that you are my educated friend, and when we go for tea, I will explain at length why you cannot be my learned friend. Madam Speaker, very briefly, this bill transcends two committees and a caucus. This bill transcends the Justice Committee, it transcends the Roads Committee. But it was found wise to now have it adopted by the caucus because we have the benefit of dealing with those committees and beyond. For indeed, Madam Speaker, as Honorable Kaluma has explained, the bill is a result of consensus and consultation by the executive, by parliament, by the various roads agencies, by the governors, and by everyone who cared to listen. Indeed, even the president was involved in this discussion. Madam Speaker, the bill is necessary because it has to fill the lacuna that was created by the decisions of the court. When the court declared two significant sections of the relevant laws as unconstitutional, and although we chose to appeal it with success, it was still important to address the issue beyond peradventure. Therefore, it comes in to fill the lacuna that arose out of Section 6 and Section 47. At this stage, let us explain two things, Madam Speaker. One, contrary to popular belief, the monies allocated to KERA, both under the original provisions and under this bill, are not put in the hands of members of parliament. These monies are administered by a national entity called Kenya Rural Roads Authority. KERA itself has regional managers, it has managers in each constituency, then it has a committee where the member of parliament does not sit in. The limited role of the member of parliament is like any elected leader, because the member of parliament has, a view, a landscape view of the roads in the constituency. So you are able to suggest that please balance it out between the wards, please this one is worse than the others, and that is a role that is called representation. Secondly, these are not funds that are allocated for devolution. These are funds that are appropriated for the national government. And as such, when they then come back to be used, whether in the wards, in the constituency, in the counties, they are being used as decentralized funds, not devolved funds. And therefore, those who argue that we should abandon this because of devolution are missing the point. This is not money meant for devolution. This is money meant for national government, but because the Constitution requires access to all services and decentralization, they are then decentralized in that manner. I hasten to add that when the judgment was rendered and the provisions were to lapse on 21st of June, before the last financial year, it took the intervention of the president in consultation with parliament and the agencies and the governors to agree on some form of allocation. And I believe what was agreed was 35%, and there was a balance of 30%, which on behalf of the members of parliament, we will be requesting that now it should be released pronto. It has not been released to date. It ought to be released immediately. Madam Speaker, Section 2 does what has not been done before by reclassifying roads as national and county. And then the national roads are reclassified as highways, urban roads, and rural roads, which is very important. But what's most important is to understand that the classification is not at random. The classification is done by the CS for the time being in charge of transport, but on a very scientific basis, which is also outlined. And it is done every 5 years in the event that some road has now mutated, either to a better one or a worse one, so that every 5 years the CS is required to do that. In doing so, it is expected that any road that is being worked on, there must be signage, as Honorable Kaluma had said. But what's important with the signage is not just indicating that this is now done by the county or Kera or Kura. Three things are important. One, so that you do not misuse funds. There have been cases of one road being claimed to be done by 3 different agencies. The second one is so that people would know exactly how that road is to be done. Maybe it's a low volume tarmac road, and then you are maramming it. So the signage must indicate clearly that this is low volume tarmac road of this size and of this depth. Thirdly, we do not want the use of these roads for campaign purposes. Especially the governors are notorious for this. They classify, then they put their name, then they put their image. That is specifically prohibited by this bill. You can now not do that. I think the image, it is prohibited. I think anyone who wants to understand the essence and the crux of this amendment should go to page 790 in the amendment to section 6, and you will see how it is all done. For interest of members of parliament, what was allocated in terms of Kera at 22% has only reduced by 1% to 21%. Given that we must accommodate a new category of monies now being sent to counties under this act, all the other categories were equally reduced. So it's not unique to Kera, for the benefit of members of parliament. And I think the rationale there for 22% reduces to 21, what was 40 comes to 36, what was 15 comes to 14. The parks get 1% and 1.5% for administration. Overall administration, 1.5%. The counties get 5% and all those others. Madam Speaker, this is a negotiated document. As with all negotiations, there are those who will come later and disown it. They will say we want more. We were not given time. In negotiations, you can never get everything that you want. And I want to assure the county governors that the amount allocated here in percentage is not necessarily a right, but it is out of respect for the decision of the court, which we could have chosen to contest, and we did. But we see no point in having endless contests, and therefore it was decided that we accommodate the counties even within the national government share of revenue as proposed. Madam Speaker, I second.
Honorable members, I now propose the question that the Kenya Roads Amendment number 3 Bill, National Assembly number 34 of 2025, be read a second time. Yes, Honorable TJ? Then I think I've seen KJ. You've pressed the intervention button. You can go next. Yeah. Those who want to contribute, please press the intervention button.
Madam Speaker, I'm a member of the Committee on Roads and Infrastructure. I've had my learned friends, Honorable Kaluma and the member for Rarieda, explain that this bill is a reflection of the caucus of which I'm a member. I prefer to treat it like every other private member's bill. I say so because I want respect for committees. Matters under the standing order and under the Constitution that comprise roads are supposed to be dealt with that committee. But every other member is free to bring legislation. So if we create a precedence of some caucus taking mandate over issues in this house, we will confuse ourselves. But this is before us properly as any other member's private bill, and I will contribute to it. I want to thank Member for Homa Bay for bringing this amendment. This amendment will provide clarity in the maintenance and rehabilitation and development of roadwork in this country, it will give effect to the fourth schedule of the Constitution. In this bill, it is rather obvious that these roads are running through counties. And I think it is just by misadventure that the Roads Board Act or the Roads Act was fashioned in a way to exclude the counties. It is not rocket science that these roads are passing by counties. And so it is rather obvious that counties should be involved. And so when Mr. Justice Mugambi made that decision, he was right to have termed that to have been unconstitutional, and it overstepped the mandates of the counties. So we are here trying to create a legislation which conforms to the Constitution and also respect the principle of devolution, which is an important architecture of this Constitution. Madam Speaker, this bill has given us an opportunity to reflect on different principles, and only 5 or so principles would I explain and sit down. Number one, we have had to have a balance between the counties and the national government, and you will see we have proposed a consultative procedure by which the classification may be done together with the national government in consultation with the county governments. The second thing it has allowed us to see is when monies are sent to the counties, and Honorable Kaluma was just shy to explain, but I think he tried very hard to hide it, that there are those counties that receive money, and instead of applying them to the specific issues, they divert them into other issues. So that in this bill, we have reflected and put something which looks like a conditional grant. If you receive money, you must use it for roads. You can't use it for something else. We want countries and we want to encourage counties to build roads. We want to see roads in our counties. We even want to see a kilometer of a county, of roads that is in the name of a county. I've never seen any of those. And so, you get this money, you must use it on roads. And we have reflected that to open an account, a specific account. That money is deposited in that account. This, I am sorry, this belongs to a senior member from Homa Bay. I disclaim the ownership of that noise. But you see now, you get money, you must open an account. That money must be sent to that account. If you don't, the comptroller of budget, the treasury will not allow you to access that money. I think that is also in this. But now we also have to see how to balance clarity amongst institutions. And one of the things that we have asked the Cabinet Secretary to do is to create a criterion for this proverbial thing called 10%. They get it all the time, but you know, it is freebies. They use it as they wish. They don't account for it. And so in this legislation, we have demanded that there must be empirical parameter by which a criteria by which this money is given. And one of those is although it is a discretionary issue, but that discretion must be exercised in terms of maintaining the overall roads equity. Roads equity means in Dagoretti North, for example, if you go there and you find dilapidated roads, you want to balance across Nairobi and see that even though Dagoretti North received so much money, but in terms of road equity, you then balance it to be having some kind of network which is uniform in Nairobi. And issues of emergency, we want to, the cabinet secretary, for example, something happens as a matter of act of God. We don't want a cabinet secretary to run there and start lamenting. He must have some money in his hands to be able to fix that problem. And primary oversight of these agencies and so forth and so on. And so the last principle which we have seen, I do not want to go into this percentage because this percentage will be open to members, some of them more qualified in mathematics than I have. I just want to talk around issues of principle. The last one is city roads. Everybody here thinks about rural roads. I mean, beautiful. We have rural roads must be there. But didn't you know that if you lived in Nairobi, as all of you are living in Nairobi, once you have stepped out of Express Highway, you must reach your home. You must reach your home. Who thought that you will fly or you will crawl into your house without going through a road? Now that road is not under Kura. That road is not under Kenya. And yet that road must exist. If you leave it for the county government, for 5 years I've lived in this Nairobi, I've never seen an inch of that road. So how do you want to live in your palatial home in Karen or in Runda or wherever you are? And so in Kaluma's bill, a lot of thought went inside it, but only concentrated in the rural roads, the highways, and all those beautiful things. But now in the committee, we have thought through it, and we have said the last connectivity in city roads, that in cities, there will be a last connectivity if then the roads are coming from the highways to the arterials within the estates and the residential areas. So that therefore ring-fences some of those roads that are giving you the connectivity into some of your homes and in some of your supermarkets that you would want to be. I thank you, Madam Speaker, because this is coming at the right time. I would have thought that this House should be full because this is an issue which concerns each one of us. But I really thank you for giving us an opportunity to deliberate on this matter, and I support this bill. Thank you very much.
Honorable KJ, then we'll come to you. Member for Chuka.
Madam Speaker, I thank you, and I thank you profusely for giving me this very pole position to debate an important piece of legislative proposal as has been presented by the Honorable Kaluma, and I must thank him for moving such a good bill, and also I must also thank Honorable Otiende Amolo for unpacking it, but more importantly, I must thank Wakili TJ Kajwang for bringing it home, defining it according to the principles that are going into this bill, as opposed to the detail of the monies and the math of how it is going to be split, because that is neither here nor there. We are here because of the principles behind the matters that have got us to this place. And Madam Speaker, I must also thank Honorable Kaluma for assuring us that whatever is happening in the courts has its place. But Honorable Speaker, this matter belongs in Parliament. Parliament is not supposed to be a house of lamentation. This is where we make the laws. And if there is an issue that is affecting the people that we represent, then let's bring it to the House, let's canvass it, and let us debate it and pass it as should be passed, Madam Speaker. So I am glad that this is finally before us after such a long season of lamentation, and especially that which was occasioned by the issues around RMLF and our contest between Parliament and the governors. Madam Speaker, this bill, as I am seeing it, is seeking to primarily first align the whole road sector with our new constitution. Madam Speaker, when we were doing the laws as country, around the laws, we are seeing that some of these laws are coming after the constitution has been passed, but they're not aligned to the new constitution. So, Madam Speaker, one of the things that we are seeking to do is to first align this to the new constitution so that it speaks to new realities of the new constitution, the counties, the devolution, and so on. Madam Speaker, another main issue that makes me want to support this is the classification and the attempt at classification of our roads. Madam Speaker, what has been happening is criminal even. Madam Speaker, there are instances where we have seen county executives going to look out for roads that have been done by Kera, roads that have been done by Kura, and they go and erect signboards claiming to have done these roads. A criminal offense, Madam Speaker. They knowing too well, only too well, that there might not be any person coming after them to check whether that road was done by the county or whether it was done using national government resources. And I want to add weight to what the Honorable T.J. Kajwang said, that we who are representing people in urban areas, we who are representing people in city counties, we find ourselves so disenfranchised because when arrangements are being made for resource allocation, people assume somehow that cities are already resourced for. But the Honorable T.J. Kajwang can tell you for a fact that some of the better roads that have been done in Nairobi City County have actually been done by Kenya Rural Roads Authority. In constituencies like the Dagoretti South constituency, Madam Speaker, some of us came to the city in 1969. Dagoretti South as a constituency was brought into the city precincts in 1969. Previously, Dagoretti had been in Kiambu. What happens, Madam Speaker, is that then constituencies like Dagoretti South, being brought into the city so late in the day, have to play catch-up to bring city infrastructure into being. Key among them, roads. But in the recent past, Madam Speaker, what we have seen is that even as we are depending on government to bring us up to speed with the city status, we realize that we suffer a unique problem. Because in a place like Nairobi City County, we rarely get to see the county making any roads. In fact, Madam Speaker, the biggest job that the county does is to destroy the roads that are already done. For example, Madam Speaker, as we speak now, I am a jittery person because a road that was done only so recently by Kenya Rural Roads Authority, Wanyeklos, today has been excavated by City County so that they can do whatever they want to do. It could be a service line, it could be electricity, it could be connectivity to Wi-Fi, but I think this one is an issue to do with sewerage. But every time that the county destroys the road, putting these facilities, they rarely come back to repair the road. And in fact, Madam Speaker, I'm saying it from the floor of the House here today, that we're putting the county, Nairobi City County, on notice that each time you destroy these roads, please come back and repair them to the status that you found them in. Because for now, as it stands, Madam Speaker, all we know the county for doing is destroying the roads that are already done and never bringing them back to the status that they require. Madam Speaker, I'm supporting this bill too for the fact that we are now going into the cracks of the matter on allocations. And not only stipulating the allocations, Madam Speaker, but also seeking to find out where this 10% that is always left with the implementer goes to, Madam Speaker. As it sits now, that conversation is up in the air. Nobody knows how this 10% is administered, to whose benefit, and in which manner. So, Madam Speaker, just because we are going to go into the allocations, and we shall be looking into these allocations and their use, I support, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, finally, I do support, because this bill, in the format that it's being presented, is seeking to ring-fence the monies that shall be going to counties, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we have seen with devolution that when we do division of revenue in this house, and the money goes to the executives in the counties, rarely are they accountable to the house that did the division of revenue, and the excuse is normally that they should be superintended over by county assemblies. But Madam Speaker, come to think of it, these are national resources that we are allocating. This is not own-sourced revenue from the counties. Counties themselves are not working hard enough to create their own revenue, but they are very quick to come to the table for the division of the cake on the national revenues as have been collected, Madam Speaker. So the fact that we shall be ring-fencing roads monies within the county budgets, that alone for me is reason enough for me to be supporting this bill. Finally, Madam Speaker, I do think that the push and pull between ourselves and the county executives is unnecessary. What this parliament has been able to do, even in the absence of good frameworks like we are putting up today, even just on RMLF, Madam Speaker, has to be celebrated. Madam Speaker, I know you're a proponent of the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. And in Bita, when we were campaigning, one of the things that we were talking about is how we shall make Kenya a saving nation. And Madam Speaker, this parliament was agreeable that a certain percentage of RMLF must be set aside for savings. And Madam Speaker, what has happened in a few short months, the amount of money that country has been able to save by just setting apart a piece, a very small percentage of RMLF to go to savings, is something that shall be celebrated for generations to come. So, Madam Speaker, I do stand to support this. I support, first, because it is going to align us with the Constitution. Secondly, because we shall go into good classification. Thirdly, because we shall make allocations clear and transparent. And finally, the fact that we shall be able to ring-fence the roads monies that go to county are good reasons enough for me to support. And in the third reading, Madam Speaker,
Thank you, Honorable Patrick Ntwigwe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be very brief. First, I want to thank and congratulate my friend Karuma. Now I've learned that I can't call him my learned friend because I'm not learned, I'm educated from the medical sector. From the medical sector, because he has really moved this bill in a very elaborate way. It was so clear, even to those who might not have learned the bill, the way he has gone through it now, it's so clear to everybody. I want to say two things. One, there has been so much corruption in the road sector because of poor classification or not very clear classification of roads. Because county government, calling themselves government and independent, you do a road, tomorrow they process document and pay. So this classification of roads is very good, and it has come out very clear on how roads will be classified. And I want to thank my neighbor at home, Justice Mutebe, who made that ruling, because it opened our eyes as members of parliament that we needed to register and stop crying. Finally, we are there now. Instead of crying, we are there. We are having a law now that will guide how monies will be shared. And my friend Karuma was very clear that the court ruled that any disbursement of money must include the county government, must include. So the court did not stipulate a figure that should go to county government. And that committee, where Honorable Karuma sits and the other learned colleagues, has been so magnanimous even on the 5%, because the court did not dictate on a percentage. But I believe that 5% is good for county governments. But even as we say we have ring-fenced the 5% for roads, we passed a law in this parliament again ring-fencing money for primary health care, FIF. I've just been around the country. The money is not ring-fenced. It's going to hospitals, and the governors are asking for it to be returned back to the county accounts. So even this for loans we ring-fence the 5%, how will we make sure that the money is ring-fenced and it remains money to do roads? Thirdly, as this debate was going on between members of parliament and governors, at times I would listen and wonder when governors say loans, loans are in counties. So I was wondering, when constituencies are where? Because somebody says loans are in counties. So the ones we are doing are in where? In another country, I'm aware of the, when we claim that loans are in counties. Secondly, there's a point that was listed by Karuma that was very important, that loans that go to critical infrastructure like schools, like hospitals, like police stations. Because, for example, in my constituency, using it as an example, we have so many livers and livers at the liver bench, you find there is no load leading to a school, but we need a bridge to connect children to that school. So when it rains, you find children have to go loud, like 10 kilometers to reach a school that is 100 meters away. But you can't do a bridge there or a culvert because there is no road classified at the Kera there. But now with this classification, it's easier to build a bridge and say this is leading to a critical infrastructure. We have a school in that place. And finally, I want to say that in urban centers, like it has been said by my friend from Dagoretti, we have had a big problem in urban centers because you find Kura has taken very few roads in urban center. The rest don't fall at the Kera, and you are told that is a municipality. That's where most of the population is. You can't help, you are helpless because you can't do a road for them. So this classification will sort so many issues that we face as members of parliament. And finally, I think as members of parliament, we have been pushed to a corner that every time we are defending ourselves, that Kera money does not come to a member of parliament, CDF does not come to a member of parliament. We have been pushed to a corner that it looks as if a member of parliament is not to go near money anywhere. So we are always defending ourselves. And I always ask myself, when we say money will remain in national government, so does it remain with the president? When we say money will go to counties, is it given to the governor? Or why is this we are so afraid of that when money goes to Kera, when money goes to CDF, we are always defending ourselves that it is not coming to us. So where is the law of representation? Because we see members of parliament also represent people. Because it seems as if we have been pushed to a corner where we are so shy that we must always keep on defending ourselves. Do governors defend themselves that money that goes to county does not go to governor? So the president should keep on defending himself that money that remains in national government does not come to me. And we also need to understand the place of decentralized funds. I think Adam Moi Kibaki is when we started decentralizing little funds in education, in loans, and that's why even the issue of devolution came. We saw this is something that can help. Go to any county today. If you see a good road, don't even look for a signboard. Know that that is a Kera road. You don't even need to look for a signboard. If you see a motorable road in our rural places, you know that is a Kera road. So I support this bill, Madam Speaker, and I stand to say that now let this debate last. And Karuma has raised a very important point. I was wondering, are we in court and still doing this law? But I said it's a two-pronged approach, hoping for a best determination in court, but having a lasting solution through this bill. I support, Madam Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Owen.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, first I want to congratulate the learned friends for doing a commendable job. I said the learned friends. the learned friends among themselves for a good job. Now that I want to speak as part of the educated friends, Honorable Speaker, I want to say that this is one of those pieces of legislation that is necessary for this country to unlock a situation that had put the roads in this country in a quagmire. And therefore, I want to laud you, my friend, Honorable Kaluma, the learned friend, and Kajoang, and the rest of the team that actually worked very hard, tirelessly to ensure we have this. Honorable Speaker,
I participated in one of those meetings that was actually negotiating with the Council of Governors, with the chairman, and I thought we have a good and very sober chairman in the Council of Governors that allowed dialogue and allowed us, even when they had a court case that looked like it was topsy-turvy, but somehow we got ourselves somewhere. But one fundamental thing that happened in court is to say that the RMLF cannot be given out unless counties also have a share. I think that was fundamental, and I think that is what gave birth to this. Now, counties will get a share of this. But on that, Honorable Speaker, what I want to urge is that as counties get this money, it should be ring-fenced. And I want to agree with the Honorable Kajwang. It should be ring-fenced so that we don't find the same money that has been given for roads being used to buy carpets, being used to buy chairs for big bosses, being used to buy tea. It should be ring-fenced. It should just be for roads. And that there is a committee, and I don't know whether the Kenya Roads Board in this bill have power to actually go out there and check the roads. I don't know whether that has been included here, Honorable Speaker. Just like our NGCDF board, which has power to go out there to check the road, to check whether you are doing work in terms of, to go and oversight the projects, Honorable Speaker. I do not know, Honorable Speaker, whether the Honorable Kaluma and his team have actually included that. The Kenya Roads Board, which is the body that actually... Oh, okay, good. But Honorable Speaker, if counties set their own committees, just like telling monkeys to have a committee of their own to check out their activities, probably we need to change that so that we give the power to a body like Kenya Roads Board to check whether monies that have been given out to the bodies, whether it's Kera, whether it is county governments, whether it is Kura, which is Kenya, they could go out there and verify that the money that they gave out has actually been used to do the roads that they have done. I think that's a fundamental thing, Honorable Speaker, to ensure. That is the same problem we have with this equalization fund. Honorable Speaker, we have an equalization fund which has no body, which has no board. It's only people at the ministry. So they disburse fund when they want, and when they don't want, they do not disburse the fund. That's why 20 years, we are almost ending the 20 years with the window for equalization fund in the Constitution. And yet when you walk around, you don't see anything, Honorable Speaker. I've advocated that this equalization fund must also have a board that can actually ensure that the money has been put into the account and the money has been spent for the purpose for which it was meant. Honorable Speaker, that is one, Honorable Speaker. So I hope Honorable Kaluma and TJ, you may want to consider my suggestion and bring that to an amendment so that any money, whether given to Kura, whether given to Kera, whether given to Kenha, whether given to the county, can actually be accounted for, and we have a report in this parliament table that we allocated these funds and the roads were done or they were not done, Honorable Speaker. I think that's a fundamental thing. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, I want to say this, that roads are important for this country because when we have roads, they open up development, they open up place for growth. When we don't have roads, Honorable Speaker, then we close up an area and we close out the people, and the people who have no opportunity to actually get development. A lot of the areas that have been marginalized or said to be marginalized have been marginalized by first, one thing, lack of a road. When you don't have a road, you marginalize a community completely because one, there is no communication, two, transport of goods and services, three, farming, four, hospitals, five, schools, and all other things get locked up because of roads. And therefore, it is very important to ensure that we have resources enough for roads and that these roads are put up in places that they must go. Honorable Speaker, Kera has done a tremendous job. But sometimes I feel that if we had more money, my friend Owundo here, if we had more money in the Kera, how would Funyula look like? Like heaven, like paradise. If we had given them money, and they have tarmac roads, and they have all kinds of roads, if we gave more money to Kura, for example, Honorable Speaker, your towns would be good towns and they would attract more investment, Honorable Speaker. But Honorable Speaker, we need to ensure that we have enough resources for roads because roads open doors for development in every constituency. I proudly say that my constituency has opened up because I have had a committee in Kera that has done a good job. And the engineer in my county has done a good job, Honorable Speaker. And areas that would never have seen development have seen development because of their resources. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, when I look at Schedule 1, and I think that is the fundamental thing in this bill, Honorable Speaker. If you look at Schedule 1, and you see the division, how roads have been classified, Honorable Speaker, I am impressed. There's some good thought have gone into it to ensure that we have roads that go to parts including roads accessing wheat growing areas. And I like that. When I saw that you actually have Class W, roads accessing wheat growing areas, and classified rural roads including mining roads. The only thing, Honorable Speaker, that I would have loved to see, and I want to draw the attention of the Honorable TJ Kajwang. You will speak your language later on, my friend, with TJ. Why don't you have roads leading to fishing grounds? Because my place and your place, one of the mainstays and economic activities is fishing. And a lot of times, the roads that lead to the areas where people are fishing are not there. Actually, fish get spoiled on the way because they are very perishable. Because there is no road leading to the ocean or to the fishing ground or to the lake, Honorable Speaker. But I do not know what triggered the thought of saying we have roads accessing wheat growing areas, roads accessing coffee, roads accessing settlement, national park, but yet, and sugar growing areas, tea growing areas. Why did we leave fish? Honorable Speaker, why did we leave fish? Yes. So, Honorable Speaker, I think this is something, because if I have money, I can't put it in tea because I don't have tea. I can't put it in wheat because I don't have wheat. But I have an ocean, and you have the lake. Yes, Honorable Speaker. So, Honorable Kaluma, I don't know if you come from Homa Bay, but you left to put a classification on roads that leading to fishing grounds. I think that's a big thing that you left. And that amendment, Honorable Speaker, need to be put in here, Honorable Speaker, so that it is specific, so that when I go there and I tell the county government you have money, and that money allows you to do a road to the fishing ground, Honorable Speaker, or to the landing site for fish, Honorable Speaker, I can authoritatively say you received 20 million, put that money on that road. And they will not budge out of it because you have instructed them through the law, Honorable Speaker. So that is one thing, Honorable Speaker, that we must put. I'm sure my friend, he has always wanted to baptize me. I want to tell him I'm a baptized Anglican. But he always, every time he sees me, he says, "Oh, I want to baptize you." And he says he has orange water that he wants to use to baptize. To baptize me. Honorable Speaker, interestingly, Honorable Speaker, I think this is a midwife law, and I think apart from the several amendments that I have picked, Honorable Speaker, which we must do, Honorable Speaker, so that we can strengthen the law. My Speaker, and I want to call you my Speaker, this is a very important piece of legislation that will usher development into areas that for many years have never had roads. And where you have put a road, you can put a water pipe. Where you have put a road, you can put electricity posts. Where you have put a road, Honorable Speaker, but Honorable Speaker, I also like the fact that there are certain schools which are inaccessible. Schools which are inaccessible. But Honorable Speaker, if we put them here also, we are going to open development in the area. And I want to thank the team, and I say I support it, full support. And I want to say, like one of my friends here who keeps on saying, I want to support it with my all body parts. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Oundo, what's your point of order?
Honorable Speaker, looking at the time that left before the end of the session, and noting the importance of this particular bill to the people of Kenya, especially rural Kenya, I request that the Speaker, in your wisdom, allow that the debate be now adjourned to another time, so that as many people, as many members of Parliament can talk to this matter while addressing their members, their constituents, so that we have enough time. We don't have much time left. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Naomi Wako is seconding.
Give her the mic.
Honorable Speaker, I second because we need many members to contribute to this because this is a very important matter to be debated by all the members because it concerns the entire nation, and I second.
Honorable members, in accordance to Standing Order number 96, I now propose that the Kenya Roads Amendment number 3 Bill, National Assembly number 34 of 2025, be now adjourned. May I put the question? Honorable members, I now put the question that the Kenya Roads Amendment number 3 Bill, National Assembly number 34 of 2025, be now adjourned. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order. Next order.
Order number 14, motion, consideration of the 5th report on examination of financial statements of selected state corporations.
Okay, Chairperson, Public Investments Committee on Social Services and Administration and Agriculture, Honorable Wangwe, are you ready?
Yes, I am.
Okay, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Speaker, allow me on the onset to move that this House adopts the 5th report of the Public Investments Committee on Social Services, Administration and Agriculture on its examination of financial statements of the following state corporations laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 5th August 2025. One, National
Hold on 1 minute. I think we need a sergeant at arms here. Kindly, you may proceed. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. One, the National Social Security Fund for financial year 2020-2021. Two, Kenya Marine and Fisheries Research Institute for financial year 2019-2020 to 2020-2021. Three, National Hospital Insurance Fund for financial year 2018-2019 to 2020-2021. And four, Kenya Broadcasting Corporation financial years 2013-2014 to 2018-2019. Honorable Speaker, allow me to appreciate the commitment of my members, the members of the Public Investments Committee on Social Services, Administration and Agriculture, for taking their time to really concentrate and come up with this very wonderful report. Honorable Speaker, allow me to move the House in two lots, Honorable Speaker. The first lot being the observations as general and their recommendations thereto, and the second lot, Honorable Speaker, being the specific individual parastatal and the observations and recommendations thereon. Honorable Speaker, cross-cutting issues that came up during our interrogation include, Honorable Speaker, one, lack of possession and ownership document on land and buildings. Honorable Speaker, all these four parastatals, Honorable Speaker, showed a sense of lack of possession for either one property, two or many other properties, some to even 32 parcels of land, Honorable Speaker, which would not have the ownership documents and their buildings their own, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, a case in time is the case of Kenya Broadcasting Corporation, whose 32 number parcels of land do not have title deeds or legal documents, Honorable Speaker, including the property onto which, Honorable Speaker, the Broadcasting House is sitting on, LR number 209/5918. Honorable Speaker, there is also the issue, Honorable Speaker, that now the committee felt to recommend, after observing the generality in terms of how much land did not have title deed with respect to Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. Also, Honorable Speaker, National Hospital Insurance Fund, the defunct, does not possess ownership documents for land reference number LR 24968, measuring 10 hectares situated at Karen valued at 93,712,675. That is the valuation as at that time, not as at now, Honorable Speaker. Further, the parcel of land is in dispute and the matter is in court. Honorable Speaker, since 2008, the matter has been in court and it is still dragging in court. What are we saying, Honorable Speaker? That within 3 months upon adoption of this report, let the accounting officers, Honorable Speaker, liaise with the cabinet secretaries for the respective state corporations, Ministry of Lands, Public Works, Housing and Urban Development, and the National Land Commission, and fast-track the process of acquiring title deeds, resolve disputes between the state corporations, and ensure legal actions are taken against private individuals who have illegally acquired public land. Honorable Speaker, whereas these people, these agencies pose like they don't have the land, the documentation, private individuals, Honorable Speaker, encroach on these parcels of land, and they keep on saying they are in court. So you cannot evict them. They have put an injunction, and Honorable Speaker, public land is in a mess to that extent, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we also made a second recommendation that within 6 months upon adoption of this report, the accounting officers through the National Land Commission should prioritize and expedite resolving ownership issues surrounding parcels of land belonging to their state corporations and report its status back to the National Assembly. Honorable Speaker, not just to resolve, but also to make a report back to this House so that the House is acquainted and seized of the ownership of the various parcels of land. Honorable Speaker, the second general issue that cuts across these four parastatals is delay in availing documents to the Auditor General. Honorable Speaker, the Auditor General is a constitutional office that requires that any organization and receiving money, public funds, must be audited, Honorable Speaker. And the only body that should audit is the Office of the Auditor General, as provided for under Article 226 of the Constitution, and particularly looking at Section 68(2) of the PFM Act of 2012, read together, Honorable Speaker, with the Public Audit Act. Honorable Speaker, during the audit, it becomes very difficult that the Office of the Auditor General, Honorable Speaker, upon entry and assessing all the audit papers, plus the provision of the necessary exit report. Remember, Honorable Speaker, an audit is not just an event of one day. It's a whole process. It takes time, entry into the organization, preparation of the document, writing of the final document, Honorable Speaker, a draft, and then finally preparing the final statement. It's normally a process, but it's still this process, whereas there are various notes back to the agency, they don't respond. But when they hear, Honorable Speaker, that they are coming before Public Investments Committee, all accounting officers with their volumes and volumes of their papers appear before our committees, yet, Honorable Speaker, they don't want to give auditors this document at that time. What do we recommend, Honorable Speaker? That the accounting officers should always comply with the provisions of Section 68(2) of the PFM Act 2012 and submit the required information for audit within the stipulated timelines. Honorable Speaker, remember the case of timelines, which has really been ruled by now, that we must adhere to timelines when it comes to reporting, and similarly, Honorable Speaker, preparation and finalizing of the audited accounts has also the timelines there too. Honorable Speaker, we also made a recommendation that the accounting officer who fails to provide required information for audit pursuant to Section 62(1) of the Public Audit Act, Cap 412B, should be prosecuted for the offense pursuant to Section 62, Part 2 of the Public Audit Act, Cap 412B. Honorable Speaker, the ruling on what to do is in that section. It has already been predetermined, and therefore, Honorable Speaker, the parties who don't comply should just be enforced using that act, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, there is also the other issue that cuts across matters pending in court. Honorable Speaker, we observed that quite a number of litigations concerning ownership of various properties, debts or debtors, creditors are in court. And the state corporation and other legal matters have been pending before the courts of law for long, despite resolutions of the House through previous PICs. Honorable Speaker, today We are prosecuting our fifth report. There are decisions the House will make, and we have made recommendations on what to do. But still, Honorable Speaker, this matter, when the Committee on Implementation pushes it to court through the various agencies, EACC and the DCI, the matter is pending in court for as many years as possible. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, Kenyans have become very clever that when the matter is before court, no any other person can interfere. And Honorable Speaker, it is pending in court forever. For example, the issues I raised with NHIF, the land in Karen, it has been there. And each year, Honorable Speaker, the case metamorphosizes into another case, from one case to another case, Honorable Speaker. The question is, when are we going to conclude this? This is a matter we cannot force the judiciary to make a ruling. But Honorable Speaker, the people, the clever Kenyans who take this matter before court, forces the court officials to put it in such a way that it has to be listened to all through. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, this is a very tricky issue that we all need to come up as Kenyans and say, how long should these court cases take? So that, Honorable Speaker, Kenyans want to see public land and public utility in the hands of the public. Not, Honorable Speaker, public utility is in the hands of the private persons. That makes it very tricky. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, we recommend as follows, that within 3 months upon adoption of this report, the Inspector General, Inspectorate of State Corporations, should carry out a review of all entities with the pending court cases, prepare a comprehensive status report, and submit to the National Assembly with a copy to the Attorney General, who will initiate the process for fast-tracking the conclusion of the cases within reasonable time. Honorable Speaker, let the Attorney General, being the person who can link up between the executive and the judiciary, handle this matter so that he can expedite and inform maybe what the decision of the judiciary, especially from the President of the Judicial Service Commission. The accounting officers, Honorable Speaker, should strive to embrace alternative dispute resolution mechanisms in the resolution of disputes before going to court. Honorable Speaker, you find a small issue, not really small per se, because no matter is small before court, but an issue that would have been resolved outside court ends up in court. It takes 10 years to be resolved. Yet, Honorable Speaker, the matter could have been put to a certain administrative committee within the government. A state agency suing another state agency, Honorable Speaker. The matter is pending before court. Nothing is moving. No Kenyan is enjoying the possession of a state property. Honorable Speaker, cross-cutting issue that we also observed is delayed accountability of interest. Honorable Speaker, most of the civil servants, or rather employees of these parastatos, are fond of, Honorable Speaker, making travels. And when they make travels, Honorable Speaker, which is within their budgets, not outside their budgets, but they don't surrender their interest, Honorable Speaker, on time. So what happens, Honorable Speaker, the interest keep on being outstanding year in, year out. And Honorable Speaker, another clever way that we noted within this review, especially from the Kenya Fishing Industries Limited, where they gave scholarships to about 4 officers, Honorable Speaker, who went to overseas to study. When they come back, Honorable Speaker, after 2 years or 3 years for this case, they were so clever to have earned a job elsewhere while they were on overseas study. So that, Honorable Speaker, by the time they come back, they don't report to the organization. Instead, they move around, get a job elsewhere, and now the accounting officer has to follow up on how to collect that interest, Honorable Speaker. A situation which, Honorable Speaker, we feel all organizations sending out their officers must bond them. And if they are bonded, Honorable Speaker, they have to live within the terms of the bond so that they impress what is really within the law. What we recommend, Honorable Speaker, that the accounting officers, to ensure that interest advance to officers is surrendered within the stipulated period of 7 days. Honorable Speaker, the law talks about 7 days after return to the workstation in accordance with Section 93 of the Public Finance Management National Government Regulations 2015. The second recommendation, Honorable Speaker, we felt was that within 6 months of adoption of this report, the accounting officers who will have failed to take necessary steps to ensure that all outstanding interest within their jurisdictions are recovered from the due date should be surcharged the full amount due Honorable Speaker, the accounting officers are the persons that give this impress. Again, they are the ones, Honorable Speaker, that pay any other dues to the same officers. So if they are not put to pressure to recover this money, Honorable Speaker, they end up just admitting laissez-faire attitude on collection of this money. The other general issue, Honorable Speaker, we found out was the underfunding, low budgetary disbursements. Honorable Speaker, this house is a budget-making house. But Honorable Speaker, we don't just make budget on that one day. Budget making, Honorable Speaker, is a process. It begins with the sector working groups, Honorable Speaker, who oversee the sector requirements. Before, Honorable Speaker, they submit a cabinet memo, the cabinet approves, before that budget moves into this house. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, if the user has requested for 200 shillings, why should you give that user 50 shillings? Honorable Speaker, I feel we felt as a committee that let the National Treasury review the overall budget requirement of the various sagas and ministries so that they can budget, allow them resources which are meaningfully within what they are requiring. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, what do we recommend? That the committee recommends that the Cabinet Secretary, National Treasury, endeavors to allocate and disperse, not just allocate, Honorable Speaker, but also disperse funds as appropriated to the state corporations funded by the national government. The Cabinet Secretary, National Treasury, should ensure at all times that the budgets are realistic, achievable, and always adhere to annual work plans, procurement plans, and revenue collection capabilities of the respective corporations in compliance with Regulation 44.2 of the PFM National Government Regulations 2015. Honorable Speaker, the most challenge also has been that yes, this House will appropriate the money. How about disbursement, Honorable Speaker? Year in, year out, month in, month out, no money will move from National Treasury to various sagas. We are also requesting that let the National Treasury adhere to their obligation. Honorable Speaker, allow me to move the House to individual specific agencies as listed in this report. Beginning with the National Social Security Fund, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, what we observed as a matter of concern that I want to highlight, among others, this is just a synopsis, Honorable Speaker, most of the other issues are in the main report, is the issue of rental debtors, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, in this financial year 2020-2021, NSSF, Honorable Speaker, witnessed an increase in debtors of 230,962,739. And the issue of debtors, Honorable Speaker, in overall totaling of 541,755,371, which have been outstanding for more than 2 years. And Honorable Speaker, this being 2020-2021, the main issue that the NSSF attributed this shift increase was due to COVID-19 pandemic, which hit the whole world. Honorable Speaker, the explanation for the cause of the delay in covering is untenable since the 2 years the debts have been outstanding was beyond the issue of COVID-19. Honorable Speaker, most of the agencies, when they appear before us, and you are reviewing the year 2020-2021, the first thing they say is this was a COVID-19 year. But how about, Honorable Speaker, when you go 1 year behind and 1 year forward, you find that the 2-year elasticity check proves that this was not the point. There is much more than the issue of COVID-19. What do we recommend, Honorable Speaker? That within 3 months upon adoption of the report, let the Auditor General review composition and position of the rent debtors and report the subsequent audits, report in the subsequent audit cycle of 2023-2024 in accordance with Article 2294 of the Constitution. So that, Honorable Speaker, we follow up. Let the auditor pick it, and again in the year 2023-2024, report in the final audit as we go forward. Honorable Speaker, the other issue that is of interest that I need to highlight to this House about NSSF the year 2020-2021 is the issue of budgetary control and performance. Honorable Speaker, the fund indicated that they tried to fill the vacant position void advertisements, which was key because, Honorable Speaker, they felt that they were not able to meet their budgetary performance targets because of lack of staff. So, Honorable Speaker, they tried to fill this vacancy via a Daily Nation of 2015, but however, Honorable Speaker, the under-absorption of the year ending 30th June 2021 could not be affected by the transactions of 2015. Honorable Speaker, the explanation they did say was that since the year 2015, they had been attempting to fill staff, but to date, they did not have enough staff who could support the checks and balances and performance of the organization. And they also said, Honorable Speaker, that the delayed recruitment of senior managers and delayed implementation of the Funds Collective Bargaining Agreement, CBA, associated with the court cases may imply that the management had been breaching the legal provisions leading to court cases that even led to wastage of funds, money in form of legal costs. Honorable Speaker, without casting aspersion to the legal professionals, a lawyer, Honorable Speaker, whether he wins the case or not, you'll have to pay him. Whether the matter is successful in court or not, you have to pay. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, upon engaging a legal mind, you know that it's a cost. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, these costs were injurious to the financial performance of the NSSF. What do we recommend, Honorable Speaker? That the accounting officer to ensure all times that the budgets are realistic, achievable, and always adhere to annual work plans, procurement plans, and revenue collection schedules. 2, the committee, Honorable Speaker, reprimanded the then accounting officer for delay in having the human resource instruments approved on time. Honorable Speaker, whereas they were struggling with engaging the staff, the human resource instruments were not yet approved to really warrant that the NSSF could hire staff at that time. A situation, Honorable Speaker, I want to applaud the current management of NSSF. Now they have the instruments in place. We can see in the recent past there have been engagements of some staff, and we look forward to seeing a new face NSSF, not NSSF of 2020-2021. Honorable Speaker, allow me to move the House to the Kenya Marine and Fisheries Research Institute, KEMFRI, for financial year 2019-2020 and 2021. And Honorable Speaker, pick a few things that were observed by the committee. There was one issue, Honorable Speaker, that there was a loss of Deep Sea Observatory rover. Honorable Speaker, the loss of this rover, whose value then was 13,242,599, negatively affected the value of total assets of the institute. There was no documentary evidence that the rover was insured and that a claim had been launched. Honorable Speaker, this implied that the management had breached Section 72(1) of the PFM Act Cap 412A and Section 1601 of the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act Cap 412C. Honorable Speaker, these acts require that the item must have been insured. Honorable Speaker, the institution should have owned the property. But Honorable Speaker, as at that time, they lost the property and they cannot claim the property, Honorable Speaker. In the prevailing circumstances that the recovery of the assets or compensation of the same is remote, the management ought to have initiated the process of seeking write-off of the assets value 13,242,599 from the Institute books of accounts. Honorable Speaker, whereas the management is aware that this item is lost, they have kept the figures in the books. They have not even sought the write-off because there is no way they are going to recover this asset, which dropped in the ocean, in the middle of the ocean, Honorable Speaker, and to date it has not been found. What do we recommend, Honorable Speaker? That within 3 months upon adoption of this report, the accounting officer, KEMFRI, Institute should ensure that the write-off process is undertaken in line with the provisions of Section 69 of the PFM Act Cap 412A. Number 2, the committee reprimands the then accounting officer for failing to ensure the institute assets and breach of Section 72(1) of the PFM Act Cap 412A and Section 1601 of the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act. Honorable Speaker, the other issue that we observed in the books of Kenya Marine and Fishery Research Institute was the cash and cash equivalent, where, Honorable Speaker, the Institute lost 165,112 reportedly held at the Baringo station through theft or pilferage by its staff, could not be prosecuted and sustained in the court, and hence the alleged culprit acquitted. Honorable Speaker, despite the fact that the money was just lost in the cash office, this is cash money, Honorable Speaker, how could it be that the culprit cannot be prosecuted? Nobody can give evidence that the money was lost. There was no breakage. The facts in the court, Honorable Speaker, could not allow the judge to give a verdict of somebody who has stolen the money. So, Honorable Speaker, what does it mean? There is definitely no administrative measures in the office that can support handling of corporation resources and protecting corporation resources. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, the management was in breach of Regulation 165 of the PFM National Government Regulation 2000 on risk management, fraud prevention, and internal controls. Honorable Speaker, those three elements, they demonstrated lack of management of risk, fraud prevention, and internal controls, Honorable Speaker. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, what do we recommend? That the committee reprimands the then accounting officer for breach of Regulation 165 of the PFM National Government Regulations 2015. The buck stops with the CEO, Honorable Speaker, where the employee or any other employee is not doing the right thing and the government is losing resources, the buck stops with you. Point number 3, Honorable Speaker, was the Doria operationalization. Honorable Speaker, the then accounting officer irregularly transferred 37,886,770 to the State Department for Fisheries, which was in breach of Section 54(1) of the Public Finance Management Regulation 2015, which prohibits payment made out of funds earmarked for specific activities for purposes other than those activities. Honorable Speaker, when we are budgeting, we budget for specific activities. But the accounting officer, Honorable Speaker, decided on his own evolution to route 37,886,770 back to the ministry for a project called Doria operationalization. Honorable Speaker, to date, this money has never been refunded back to Kenya Marine Fisheries Research Institute. For what reason? He says the corporation CEO said that it was instruction from the principal secretary then, whose evidence was not adduced, Honorable Speaker. What does the committee recommend? The committee, Honorable Speaker, reprimands the then accounting officer for breach of Section 54(1) of the Public Finance Management National Government Regulations 2015. Honorable Speaker, the third agency we want to present the report is National Hospital Insurance Fund, especially financial years 2018-2019 and 2020-2021. Honorable Speaker, the organization reported in this financial year a deficit of 1,156,934,012. Honorable Speaker, this is a huge figure, resulting in reduction in retained earnings to 18,237,948,239. That's a huge, a very material representation, Honorable Speaker, of a deficit. Further, Honorable Speaker, as at 30th June 2021, the fund reported a revenue shortfall amounting to 22 million 790 22,790,080, wherein the actual receipts were 22 trillion, Honorable Speaker. 790 million 80,000, wherein the actual receipts were 57 trillion 918,358,000 against budgeted receipts, Honorable Speaker, of 80 billion, it's not a trillion, it's billion, 80 billion 709 million 438,000, whereas the actual expenditure for the year amounted to 75,198,084,000, pointing to a dismal performance in the year, and therefore the strategies envisaged, Honorable Speaker, to improve performance did not work, or there were undisclosed revenue leakages. Honorable Speaker, what do we recommend? That within 3 months upon adoption of this report, the accounting officer to submit to the Auditor General for audit comprehensive and well-documented handing over report detailing all the assets, including investments and properties in dispute and liabilities as prepared by the outgoing NHIF management to the incoming Social Health Authority management. The Auditor General, Honorable Speaker, shall audit and submit the report to the committee. Honorable Speaker, this is the year of transition, and so those figures, Honorable Speaker, have to be consistently taken into account and shall form both the closing balance and the opening balances for SHA. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, during the review, when we will be reviewing the audits of SHA, we will be cognizant that these figures must be represented accordingly. Honorable Speaker, under plant and property, there was the issue we noted, Honorable Speaker, of construction of multi-story car park. Honorable Speaker, this is a story that has been around for some time. The project, Honorable Speaker, we visited the project on 20th February 2024, and the committee observed, although the accounting officer indicated that some organizations were currently occupying the building, including Ministry of Environment, Kenya Fishery Services, NACADA, Cabinet Affairs Office, National Land Commission, Kenya Copyrights Board, Water Services Regulatory Board, Cabinet Secretariat, Kenya Roads Board, Kenya Water Towers Agency, and other small private firms, as well as NHIF Nairobi branch office. Only judiciary had stored its documents in one of the floors, and other tenants had vacated the premises. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, when you visit the building, Honorable Speaker, you see a host, what I would call a ghost property, whose occupation does not warrant how much that was invested. This matter, Honorable Speaker, had been dealt in the previous PIC reports, the 16th, 19th, and 21st report, wherein the committee observed unprofessional manner in which the project was executed. So, Honorable Speaker, this comment is not just for me, for my earlier colleagues observed in the 16th, 19th, and 21st as being unprofessional manner in which the project was executed. The previous PIC's, Honorable Speaker, recommended that the EACC investigate the procurement process of the project and comes up with appropriate recommendations regarding any breach of the law. But, Honorable Speaker, no much has moved, no much has been reflected through the EACC, and therefore we also further made the following recommendations: that within 3 months upon adoption of the report, we also insisted that EACC should fast track the investigations on how the project was initiated, feasibility done, construction works procured, how the contract price was varied. Honorable Speaker, throughout my life, I had not seen a project with a variation of 337%. This is the first time I came across a project with a variation of 337% over and above the original contract sum, Honorable Speaker, of 909,709,305 in breach of the law, and eventually how the vehicular lift was introduced midway into the project. Honorable Speaker, this is a project that is a case study of corruption. This is a project that anyone who would want to undertake corruption should have a case study of this project, so that he can do it better, rather than doing it in an open, blatant way. What happened, Honorable Speaker? There were lifts in the name of which could lift vehicles to any floor. They were begun, they never took off. The building began upside down. And, Honorable Speaker, it is better said through a professional investigator by EACC to come and tell Kenyans what happened, rather than a naked eye. Through the books, you cannot really understand what the matter is. Because when you visit the project and see how much the project moved, and see the variation of 337%, Mr. Speaker, it's a story that no Kenyan can understand. Honorable Speaker, please give the speaker.
What are you saying the nation was the contract price for the project, and what were the contractors demanding as their payment with the variations?
Honorable Speaker, the contract upon signing reads the figure 909,709,305. As at the time of conclusion, Honorable Speaker, this project has costed 3.9 billion, transforming into thereabout 333%.
And how much has been paid?
The entire amount so far is paid.
That is that thing next to
NHIF.
Which was to be a parking.
Which was to be a parking, and the entire money is with Kenyans. And that's why it's important, Honorable Speaker, that EACC makes a follow-up to really understand and tell Kenyans how did they lose their money.
Have you recommended prosecution?
Yes.
Yeah,
My recommendation, I want to read it.
Then you may proceed.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Kenya Broadcasting Corporation as my final agency, where we did observe that the issue on ongoing concern was deliberated in its third PIC report, which was my own report, Honorable Speaker, and upholds the observations and recommendations therein. Honorable Speaker, in this report, we observed that the corporation's corporate governance is considerably weak, thereby exposing the corporation to potential losses, in addition, reputation and operational risks. Honorable Speaker, the corporation is technically insolvent, and its existence as a going concern is dependent upon the support from the government and its creditors. Honorable Speaker, I'm looking at the general view of the financial years 2013-2014 to 2018-2019. Therefore, that is a cross-cutting issue of those various years of KBC. Honorable Speaker, the third issue I look at is the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation took a loan from the Overseas Economic Cooperation Fund, OECF, Japan, in 1989. The National Treasury has over the years serviced on behalf of the corporation. Honorable Speaker, this is an issue which the national government needs to make a decision, and especially the head of National Treasury should look at. The ministry has been paying the loan. It has finished paying the loan to overseas lender. But Honorable Speaker, this loan is in the books of KBC. What does it mean? That when KBC is making its financial statement reporting, it reports with that huge borrowing. Why should the Ministry, National Treasury, pay the liability out, but leave the liability in the books of KBC? It doesn't make a commercial sense. Instead, it makes all MDs to operate at a deficit, and no day KBC will appear attractive, making it easy for any MD to mess up the accounts of KBC. Honorable Speaker, this loan was received in the form of equipments which were rendered obsolete because of the liberalization of the electronic industry in the 1990s and the migration to FM radio stations. Honorable Speaker, after all, the loan was given in kind, meaning we received the equipments, but over time, Honorable Speaker, the equipments are obsolete. They cannot form part of the strategic investment of the enterprise now. What do we recommend, Honorable Speaker? We recommended that within 3 months upon adoption of this report, EACC to investigate whether there are any financial leakages, financial impropriety, should any person or officer be found culpable, the DPP to prosecute, initiate legal action with a view to holding the responsibility persons accountable for the financial leakages and financial impropriety. Second recommendation, Honorable Speaker, is that the committee recommends that KBC diversifies its revenue base to reduce over-reliance on government support. Honorable Speaker, in the broadcasting space, how I wish Honorable Kiari would be here. It's not only KBC. We have very many stations, Royal Media is a big house. They make profits. Their balance sheet is healthy. We have very many young broadcasting houses. Yes, KBC is a government broadcasting house, but it is always reporting losses. Why is it that they cannot do something better? Yes, they can. So that's why we are saying they must now reason, think outside the box, and come up with something better. Honorable Speaker, on the issue of land and building, the corporation does not possess ownership document for land and building valued at 6,616,759,000. All that land, Honorable Speaker, they have. They do not possess, most of it, they don't possess corporation documents. Honorable Speaker, Corporation Parcel Land Reference Number 75893/111/66A, situated at Voi Township, measuring 3.7 acres, could not be located by the valuer at the time of valuation of assets in November 2014. Honorable Speaker, it was very tricky that the corporation has invited a valuer. He is supposed to go on site to value, and he cannot spot trace the land. What does that mean, Honorable Speaker? The land is in paper, but there is no physical land. The corporation's parcel of land reference number 75893/111/64A. The other one was 66A. This is 64A, measuring 0.7413 acres, located at Voi Township and valued at 1,600,000, had been taken over by the Ministry of Mining. Honorable Speaker, the title is in possession of by KBC, but the Ministry of Mining is in possession of the land. Those are transcrossing issues. The corporation parcel land reference number LR 11773, Ngong TX station, located at Kajiado County, differed in size, as the letter of allotment indicates that the land is 3.41 acres, which is 13.53 hectares, while information available indicates that the actual size on the ground is 124.79055 acres, valued at 2,700,000,000. Honorable Speaker, those are issues that need to be called to order so that we know how much land KBC owns. Honorable Speaker, KBC Jamhuri Park land, reference number 15090, measuring 100 acres, was allegedly grabbed, out of which 60 acres was recovered by Kenya Anti-Corruption Commission and was allocated, or rather reverted to Kenya Forest Service, while the corporation was reallocated to 9 acres, leaving land measuring 11 acres, which has not been accounted for as the date of this report. Honorable Speaker, those are issues which need to be clarified. The Kenya Forest Service complains like it has some lien on some land, and the land was 100 acres. Part of it is gone. A few of it, about 11 acres, is not being accounted for. Honorable Speaker, in Kenya, there is nothing as good as land. So when we say 11 acres is not accounted for, it means somebody else is sitting on the 11 acres. The only person who can tell us is the investigator to really look into this matter and advise where is the Kenyan people's land that is owned by KBC. Kenya Broadcasting Corporation, Sauti House, which houses Mombasa office, has a pending court case, and part of its land has been grabbed by Housing Finance Company of Kenya. HFCK, Honorable Speaker, has some lien on this land in Mombasa. Whether it is grabbed, whether it is done what, but the title reads KBC, but HFCK is the one sitting on that land. How it can revert back to the people in form of Kenya Broadcasting Corporation is very, very necessary. KBC land in Nyali, TXLR number 1476-1, measuring approximately 22.8 hectares, was encroached into by squatters. Honorable Speaker, these are prime lands. It's now under squatters. We want this land back to the people owned by KBC. So we must help KBC, Honorable Speaker, through this House, so that the issue of land, National Land Commission, Honorable Speaker, through you being at the chair, must call to order National Land Commission so that they move in and recover back the land that belongs to the Kenyan people into their corporation status. It's not just only KBC. Honorable Speaker, all of my reports I'll be presenting here touches on the issue of land. National Land Commission should do justice to Kenyan people. What do we recommend, Honorable Speaker, that within 3 months upon adoption of this report, the Accounting Officer KBC, in collaboration with the National Land Commission, should expedite the processing of the corporation's title deeds for all the parcels of land owned by KBC. Honorable Speaker, there's no shortcut. We must call National Land Commission to order, and they must make available the title deeds for the land, because KBC is not any other thing but the government itself. We must get it right. That within 3 months upon adoption of this report, the accounting officer should present to the National Assembly comprehensive report on the status of its land parcels with regard to acquisition of ownership documents. Honorable Speaker, our recommendation still insisted that we must have it, and KBC must report back. Honorable Speaker, what is surprising is the asset register of most of these agencies is not updated. And that's why, Honorable Speaker, my colleagues will ask, why should we say they must report back to Parliament? It's because, Honorable Speaker, the only place you capture the assets of a corporation is through the asset register. But when you get the asset register of KBC, Honorable Speaker, it's not updated. Instead of us going for the individual assets, instead of us going to the global assets of the organization, let us individualize and say, let the assets touching on property, plant, and equipment, particularly land, be filed back to Parliament. Honorable Speaker, in 2016-2017, there is an issue of legal fees, which has legal pending cases between Channel 2 Corporation and KBC. Kenya Broadcasting Corporation, Honorable Speaker, entered into a JV with Channel 2 Group. The agreement allowed Channel 2 Group the right to operate and create broadcasting movies and other programs on KBC stations, formerly known as Metro Television. For those of you who are here, those years, we used to see the Metro TV in Kenya. The total costs arising, Honorable Speaker, out of then, Honorable Speaker, we made the following observation, that the national broadcaster procured the services of 3 firms to provide consultant services on transmission matters at a cost of 9,500,000, consultant service on accounting issues at a cost of 8,432,000, consultant service on marketing issues at a cost of 15,785,000, all totaling 33,717,040 shillings. However, the management failed to provide explanation on the reasons for engaging 3 firms, considering that arbitration process had failed. Honorable Speaker, this is a detailed matter. I wish my colleagues can read the report. This is my summary, but Honorable Speaker, the whole detail is covered in the report, and this is the matter, Honorable Speaker, in a nutshell, which you saw. Another one of the CEOs ended up writing $550,000 as part of the payment to that effect, Honorable Speaker, which made the CS then to dismiss that CEO. What is our recommendation? The other observation, Honorable Speaker, the accounting officer was in breach of Article 227 of the Constitution and Section 91, Part 1 of the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act 2015, which requires that open tendering shall be the preferred procurement method for procurement of goods. Honorable Speaker, procurement process is not just only in the Act. It's part of the law. It's in the Constitution of Kenya, particularly Article 227, which gives us how accurate and precise and transparent one is to undertake procurement. What's the recommendation, Honorable Speaker, that we came up with? That the committee reprimands and then accounting officer for failure to adhere to that article, since, Honorable Speaker, it did not comply with the requirements of Article 227 of the Constitution of Kenya with respect to procurement. Honorable Speaker, Part 2, that the accounting officer KBC should embrace alternative dispute resolution mechanism to bring the case to its logical conclusion. Honorable Speaker, without interfering with the matter in court, this is a matter that's also in court, but we feel should chance allow that they can resolve the matter outside, let them do so, but not necessarily forcing them for that matter, only if the situation will allow them to do so. That, Honorable Speaker, the committee reprimands and then accounting officer for failing to undertake proper feasibility study before signing the JV with Channel 2 Group. Honorable Speaker, the JV is amorphous. The document that was tabled before the committee is not conclusive. Some pages are not there. I cannot stand before this House, as I'm doing now, to confirm, Honorable Speaker, that the document that was filed before the committee consists a joint venture contract, because most of the pages are missing. And you cannot really read from one page flowing to the other. It's a flawed document that we got with that respect. Honorable Speaker, we then recommend that the committee recommends to conduct an inquiry on the circumstances surrounding the joint venture agreement between KBC and Channel 2 Corporation. That, Honorable Speaker, it is not just only the Committee on Public Investments. Generally, we recommend that we open up an inquiry into the joint venture agreement so that we can understand what really happened between the Channel 2 Corporation and KBC. Honorable Speaker, asking the legal team, the matter being before the court in London, we felt we could not open it for now, as maybe part of the issues raised might jeopardize the outcome of the case, and that's why we left it at that level, so that immediately the other part is concluded, we can be able not to really make the process in the court be jeopardized. Otherwise, Honorable Speaker.
Is the matter before court under active litigation, or it is just lying there?
It's active. Okay. And actually, we are waiting for the decision. Most of the two parties have submitted, and what we are waiting for is the decision by the court. And any kind of disclosure of any information could have jeopardized the outcome of that case. Honorable Speaker, as I wind up, allow me to really thank the Clerk of the National Assembly, together with the Directorate of Committees, particularly the Directorate of Audit Committees. Thank my colleagues for tirelessly working on this report. Thank my Secretariat for taking time to compile 4 agencies at one report. Honorable Speaker, it's very tiresome. And particularly, Honorable Speaker, my colleagues who are in this House, the Honorable Ward Chief, whom I would want him to second the report, the Honorable Kosgei, and all those colleagues who took time to really look into the matters that were canvassed in this report. That it's not easy, Honorable Speaker. It's not taken for granted. As your chair, I'm only eligible to lead the committee, but the issues canvassed here were really dealt with by all the members, whom I want to thank. And also thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me ample time on odd days of working in the chamber to sit down with my committee and deliberate. I most sincerely thank you and owe a lot of gratitude to you and the entire House for looking at this report. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to move and call on the great member of Ndiwa.
Honorable Wangu, it is always a pleasure to preside when you are moving a report. And I wish all audit committees would be like this. I know all members who have been with you in this report and the previous one would agree without much debate, including Honorable Dr. Wilberforce Oundo. I can see agrees. But tell me, you are the chair in charge of Public Investment Committee on Social Services, Administration and Agriculture.
Yes.
What does administration cover? Does it include these matters falling under security, police, and those other?
Yes. And this administration covers matters touching on what you mentioned, the Kenya School of Government.
Now, listening to you,
yes,
before you conclude, makes me think that, there is some structure we have on Bagati Road. The facility we were building for National Police Service.
Yes.
To deal with those specific injuries that they may suffer when they are, securing Kenyans.
Yes.
We budgeted under the Committee on Administration and National Security then 400 million just to build that thing.
Yeah.
And if you look at that thing, it cannot be beyond 400 million. It is complete, it is ready. Remember, in terms of implementation, we were told, why contract private people when we have Kenya Defence Forces with engineers who can build it.
Yes.
Soldiers are available. Implementation went to KDF. KDF contracted it to a third party. And so you see money which was budgeted under the committee, charge of administration, national security, somehow goes out of a known structure to Kenya Defence Forces. Kenya Defence Forces, instead of building it through the soldiers, contracts it to a third party. That facility is not ready. Our police officers are being injured. The contractor is now claiming another 1 billion to deliver that project to serve the police officers. I would request that with this detail, you've always gone through your work with your esteemed committee members, make that your urgent business so that we can deliver that project to the police. So many who are being injured while securing Kenyans. And so that if there is anything like quantity survey in the similar manner you are recommending to NSSF, that ugly thing we are seeing there. You know, it's crazy when we hear over 3.5 billion has been paid for that nonsense by the road. So go with the speed so that that facility can be available for the purpose that we targeted. The police now only have some facility at Kanyonyo. It's not helping all those police officers. And so that you can also, protect what I see is a possible, loss of money we would be suffering if you don't intervene quickly. Otherwise, I'm very grateful. You may conclude and call whoever you want to second to do so.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and thank you for that further assignment. Allow me to pick it up from the answer upon your communication that we've done so. Allow me then to invite my good friend and colleague, the Honorable Ward Chief, I beg to move and ask the Honorable Ward Chief to second.
Yes, Honorable Martin Owino, if from their constituency, will second.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. As a member of this PIC committee, I'm very, very happy and privileged to have a chair like Emmanuel Wangwe. Very, very prominent and up to the task. Honorable Speaker, I rise to second the motion. Consideration of the fifth...
Honorable members, Honorable Martin Owino, you'll have 9 minutes to second when the matter will next be listed to be transacted by the House Business Committee. Honorable members, on the time being 7:03 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Wednesday, the 24th day of September 2025 at 9:30 a.m.
Good afternoon to you, and welcome to the live proceedings of the Senate this afternoon. This day being the 23rd day of September, the year is 2025, a live broadcast brought to you courtesy of the collaboration between the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation and the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit. The Senate will be resuming its business for the fourth session this afternoon after about a month-long recess. And upon resumption, the House has a lot before it. This being the business for consideration by the House. 3 bills will be introduced to the House for the first reading. Among them is the Electronic Equipment Disposal, Recycling and Reuse Bill. This is Senate Bills number 5 of the year 2025 by Senator Peris Tobiko. The other bill that will be read for the first time is the Energy Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 11 of the year 2025 by the Chairperson Standing Committee on Matters Energy, and Senator Okongo Mugeni will be tabling his bill, this marking the last juncture of the bills to be tabled for first reading. And the bill in question is the Health Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 12 of the year 2025. The tabling of the bills under the first reading marks the commencement of the official consideration of the bills by the House, where the bills are set to be considered under the second reading and third reading consecutively. The Office of the County Attorney Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 47 of the year 2024 by David Wafula Wakoli, is set for resumption of debate this afternoon. This debate on the Office of the County Attorney Amendment Bill was interrupted before the House proceeded for a recess, and upon resumption today, the Senate will commence the consideration of that bill from where the House left it at. The implementation of an automated and decentralized certificate of good conduct system in Kenya is a motion by Senator John Yutu, the Senator for Murang'a, who, upon the resumption of debate on this motion, is seeking to have the Senate resolve that the National Police Service Commission, in collaboration with the Ministry of Interior and Administration, do a number of things. Among them is the development and implementation of an automated good conduct certificate system designed to streamline the issuance, renewal, verification of certificates of good conduct. The other thing is that the Ministry of Interior, in conjunction with the National Police Service, incorporate advanced technologies such as the biometric fingerprints recognition, data inscription, and secure communication protocols. This will ensure that there is accuracy of individuals' records, the establishment of decentralized service points, and deployment of mobile registration units across the counties. And this is to enhance accessibility, especially in remote areas. Finally, the Senator for Murang'a, in the motion on the implementation of an automated and decentralized certificate of good conduct system, is seeking to have the National Police Service, in collaboration with the Ministry of Interior and National Administration, to scale up public awareness initiatives